Yeah.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of Centum National Symposium on James Joyce under Ulysses, conducted by Center for Literary Studies, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, in association with Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. The Centum Symposium is an attempt to facilitate an in-depth remembrance of the oeuvre of James Joyce up until the completion of his magnum opus Ulysses. In 1921, a letter from James Joyce to Ezra Pound, dated October 29, 1921, announced the completion this evening of Ulysses. This note, clearly penned with an hour or so of finishing the novel, testifies to the intimate relationship between Joyce and Pound. In 1922, Ezra Pound wrote to H.L. McCann, the Christian era ended at midnight on October 29, 30 last year. And without any further delay, let us start this section. For that, I would like to invite Ms. Ribida Rana Varghese of 3rd BA English for welcoming and introducing the resource person.
A good morning to all. A warm welcome to all the participants who have joined for this morning's session. I am extremely happy to introduce to you the resource person for this session of the two-day National Symposium. We are privileged to have with us this morning Sri Subin Varghese, Assistant Professor in the Research and Postgraduate Department of English, Devamada College, Kuruvilangada. He is currently member of PG Board of Studies and subject expert at Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. Sir has also made a number of paper presentations at numerous seminars and workshops across India and has also published a number of articles in reputed academic journals. He has published a total of 8 books, 5 of which have been included in the UG syllabus of MG University, Kottayam, of which 4 of them, namely Symphony of Verse, Literary Theory and Criticism, an anthology of American literature, and comparative literature are part of the core course, and the last book titled Illuminations for the Common Course. It is indeed a privilege to have such a distinguished academician with us today, and I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to you, sir, and request you to take up the session. Sir, please.
Thank you, Ribida, for that wonderful introduction. Remembering the year 1921 started 1 month before, when in Devamada College we also conducted one seminar, the 14 fabulous siblings. And then now we have we are remembering, James Joyce till he has published Ulysses. And the task that is given to me is to introduce Dubliners. Actually, Dubliners is the first book of James Joyce which is published in 1914. And the year 1914 is again important for us in many ways. And one way is that, it is the year in which the World War started. So there was a lot of angst, worries, troubles in the world. And the same thing was there in the works of James Joyce. And in this work, actually we have divided it into 2 presentations. One would be done by me and then another would be done by Dr. Marin from IIT Madras. So I would be dealing with the first part. So I'm going directly, and before that, I would like to thank FEBU for giving me this opportunity to talk on Dubliners. Now, let me start with my presentation. Hope you can see this.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I think you can on top there is slideshow.
Okay. Isn't it?
And if you take from current slide, start slideshow.
Okay.
Start slideshow would do it.
Okay. Yeah. No. Is it okay for you if I show you like this?
Yeah, you can click on from current slide perhaps, and then
Okay.
it will be okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
up to you.
I'll do that.
Convenience.
Okay. So, am I audible to you?
Yes,
Yes,
you are.
sir.
You are. I think you can click on from current slide, and then it will be okay.
Okay. So, making of the hero, land and history, hopes and angst of childhood and adolescence. This is how I have titled my presentation. Okay. So, this work is divided into 4 parts. The first 1 to 7, and then chapters 8 to 15. The first part deals with childhood, the sisters, an encounter, Araby, Evelyn, after the race, 2 gallons, and boarding house. The first 3 deals with childhood, the second 4 adolescence, then maturity. In maturity, you have a little cloud, counterparts, clay, and a painful case. And the last one is public life. IVD in committee room, a mother, grace, and the dead. And now, if you look at the structure of Dubliners, it is structured according to the stages of human development. So see, look at how it is divided: childhood, adolescence, maturity, public life. Okay? This is how the work Dubliners has been structured, and it also talks about the city's development with its inhabitants growing from innocence to experience. In a letter to a prospective editor, James Joyce wrote, "My intention was to write a chapter of the moral history of my country, and I chose Dublin for the scene because that city seemed to me the center of paralysis. I have tried to present it to the indifferent public under 4 of its aspects: childhood, adolescence, maturity, and public life. These stories are arranged in this order. I have written it for the most part in a style of scrupulous meanness and with the conviction that he is a very bold man who dares to alter in the present, still more to deform whatever he has seen and heard." Right? So why he wrote on Dublin, right? So for him, Dublin is a city of paralysis, right? So no movement was taking place, and for him, Dublin is a city that is not progressing, and he has pointed out 2 reasons why it has not progressed. And if you remember, he was not taking part in Celtic revival. He was not part of, Celtic revival movement. And he was not with W.B. Yeats or James Finch. And for him, the movement or Celtic revival was taking back Ireland to its past. So, which is which is a hindrance for Ireland to progress. And the other fact is that, if you look at all the works of James Joyce, you find that he has a kind of irreverence to the King of England or the Queen of England and the Englishers. And remember, those time it was Ireland was under the British rule, and for him these two things hindered the progress of Ireland. So he was against that. And again, in order to show that there is paralysis among the people of Ireland, he chose Dublin to be its center. And there is a political reason, because Dublin is the center of Irish life, and whatever progression or whatever is happening, it has it starts from Dublin, right? If you remember W.B. Yeats' poem Easter 1916, right? The center is Dublin, okay, and that's why if you wanted, he chose Dublin. And now remember, what is the title? Dubliners. Right? He's talking about the life of people there. He's talking about the history of people of Ireland, especially Dublin, and the progress of those people from innocence to experience. And how he is telling, it is told in a very scrupulous meanness. Okay, and this is how if you look at the language that he has been using, right? Yesterday, from yesterday's presentations, we know that he was trying to give a new style of writing, which later we call it as the beginning of high modernism, right? And again, I would be concentrating on the first 7 short stories, which talks about the angst and hope of childhood and adolescence. So the first 3 works. And before that, we have to remember that even though this work was written long back, okay, there was nobody to publish this work. Why? Because there are a lot of reasons why this book has not been published till 1914. One reason is that the use of the subject that he was dealing with, right? He was talking about simony, then premarital sexual relationship, right? Sexual encounters, and which were, not acceptable for that particular society. And then the use of real names, the real names of the cities, suburbs, then tea shops, bars. You find that, and actually I have a slide showing how he has used the real names of places and people in Dublin. Okay, and that is another reason why this book was not published. And third reason was, as I told you earlier, he was having irreverence to the British Raj, and since it was under British Raj, British colonialism, the publishers were afraid to publish this work. Now, coming to the first 3 work, Sisters and Encounter and Araby. And I'm sure that the work Araby is very familiar to all of you, right? And if you look at these stories, and it said that there is, and if you look at studies done on this particular work, there are a lot of references in which this is treated as a novel, a loose knit novel, right? And this, if you can see it in in that sense, it's a Bildungsroman, right? See how it is arranged from childhood, adolescence, maturity, and public life, right? Maybe you can find the four side, Northrop Frye, you can find a Northrop Frye's, archetypal imagery here, archetypes of literature here, the four things. Now, see these first three stories. These first three stories are told from a first-person narrative voice, and always, the narrator is called as a boy. He's called as a boy, and the main character does not have a name. Okay. See, look at if it is in Sisters, you have a boy. It's called a boy, and if it is an encounter, you have again a boy, and the others, his friends, they have names. And in Arabic, also, the main character, the boy, is not named. Others are named. Okay. So, what in these three stories, what you find is a sensitive, intelligent, and a person who aspires to be independent. Right? See, for example, in The Sisters, you have a boy who is taught by Father Flynn, and when Father Flynn dies, what he feels is he is not mourning his death, but rather he feels that he is independent. Okay, so I will come to that, and the next four works, right, like Evelyn, After the Race, Two Gallants, and The Boarding House are told from a third person narrative. Okay, so what is this movement? Movement from subjective to objective, representation, right? Maybe. So here, what you see is a progression from, first person narrative to the third person narrative. So here, now I will come back to the first work. That is The Sisters. So what you find here is I who is in doubts. Okay? The main person, and even his name is not there. And again, one another important, fascinating fact is that these three boys in the first three stories, they are not living with their parents. Right? If it is in Arabic, the child is living with his uncle and aunt, and if it is The Sisters, the boy is living with his aunt. Right? And in an encounter, there is no reference at all. It is the school life and the encounters, or the life that they have in the school, or the expeditions that they have is dealt with. Okay? So there is, and we are never told that they are orphans. Okay? That is again left to us. So here in The Sisters, a young boy must deal with the death of Father Flynn, his mentor, exposing him to others' opinions of the priest. These force him to examine their relationship and cause him to see himself as an individual for the first time. Right? So what you find here is a boy who is educated. See, when all other boys are going to play, this particular boy is actually not going to play. He is in the company of Father Flynn, who is teaching him, right? And in his, learning process, he doubts the simple things which are taken for granted, right? And there, when he heard the news of Father Flynn's death, He didn't feel actually. Okay, and remember, he was very close to Father Flynn, and they were spending a lot of time together. And when the news of his death came to him, he was looking for it, whether it is published in that notice board. Nothing occurred to him. Nothing happened to him. Right? I found it strange, the narrator says, that neither I nor the day seemed in a morning mood, and I felt even annoyed at discovering in myself a sensation of freedom, as if I had been freed from something by his death. So I had been freed from something by his death. Okay? So what he finds is, he finds himself as the individual for the first time when Father Flynn dies. See, this is the sense of independence that the boy gets there. Right? And remember, James Joyce Dubliners is, the critics often find it, there are three themes in his work. One is, in this Dubliners, one is paralysis, second one, corruption, third one, death. Right? So paralysis, here, there's a particular passage which talks about this paralysis here. It said that Father Flynn died because he had a stroke. He had his third stroke. He had his third fatal stroke. This is how, the story starts. And on that particular day, when the boy sleeps, in the sleep, he has a dream. In the dream, he finds somebody who resembles Father Flynn, and he dies of paralysis. And later, in the dream itself, the child finds that, the boy finds that it is Father Flynn. So that is the paralysis. Remember, even in the beginning, James Joyce himself was telling that I am writing about the paralysis. And another thing that has to be taken noted here is that Father Flynn had a yellow teeth. And this is again repeated. This would be repeated, yellow teeth, in the next work, An Encounter. Right? So here you have a boy who moved from his slavery, maybe it may be an intellectual slavery, intellectual bondage, to freedom. Then next you have the work, An Encounter. So here, faced with boredom at school and spurred by excitement found in pulp magazine stories about the American Wild West, two young boys skip school to take a trip to the Pigeon House. Their schoolboy lark and youthful egocentrism are destroyed by an encounter with an aging pervert. Right? So here, an encounter. What is this encounter that the story says, gives us? See, usually the boys, they have to read history or Latin, but they are interested in comics like the Union Jack, Pluck, and the Halfpenny. Okay, and they play in the Wild West, American Wild West. They play the Wild West there, right? And again, this boy, when they are bored of the same thing, actually they imagine. Actually, they live in imagination. There is one particular place in a particular instance when they are caught by the priest. The priest says, "You are not supposed to read such books. Okay, you have to read what you have to read Latin, or you have to study your history work. And again, later when they are, when the boy or the central character, when he feels that there is again boredom in reading these comics, you have to really have an expedition. So they have decided to go to the pigeon house, right? So unlike others, so there is an expedition there, right? There is a quest there, the idea of quest. And this quest would again come in Arabic, right? The quest for gift. And remember, in the first story, the sisters, there is a reference to a chalice. How? Actually, Father Flynn, when he was celebrating the Mass, the chalice fell down from him. The chalice fell down from him. And from that day onwards, he was misbehaving. And when he died, there was a chalice placed in his chest. And that, again, you know the chalice, the quest myth, search of chalice. And here, the quest is to the pigeon house. And what happened there is that when they went to the pigeon house, they see a stranger there. Okay? And I've told you earlier also that Father Flynn had a yellow teeth. Here also you have a person who is, yellow tooth. And again, when there is a conversation that they happen, they're talking about literature, and this particular person, he talks about whipping of boys who is having sweethearts. Okay, and they were asking about, do you have sweethearts? Do you have sweethearts? And when you respond about how they have their sweethearts, he goes away, and there Mahoney, the friend, I say, look what he's doing. I say, neither answered nor raised my eyes. Mahoney exclaimed again, I say, he's a queer old Joseph. He's a queer old Joseph, right? And at a distance, this particular person, and it said, and there is nothing, this is the passage, from the story that says. And this is actually their encounter with adult sexuality. Their encounter with adult sexuality, right? So their expedition, so this is again losing their innocence, right? And it is very interesting to note how the story ends, right? And in order to escape from this man, they made that they should not call your name. Okay? Here, since it is Mahoney, it said that you should call him Murphy, right? And he calls the name Murphy loud. It goes like this: Murphy. My voice had an accent of forced bravery in it, and I was ashamed of my paltry stratagem. I had to call the name again before Mahoney saw me and hallooed in answer. How my heart beat as he came running across the field to me. He ran as if to bring me aid, and for in my heart I had always despised him. For in my heart I had always despised him a little, right? Also, this is a person who is in doubts, right? And next you have Arabi. A young boy experiences first love, a crush on friend's older sister, Because he's unable to go to this splendid bazaar Arabi, he promises to buy her a gift. The promise becomes the basis of romantic quest. When he finally arrives at Arabi, his romantic illusions are shattered as he becomes aware of the pain and unfulfilled dreams of the adult world. Right? So here, again, you have the quest. Right? Love, okay, which is again Mangan's sister. Okay? So here, in an encounter, the pigeon house was the object of the search. Here, it is Arabi. Right? Arabi is it's the bazaar there. Right? And here, love ends in an epiphany, actually. Okay? And what is this epiphany? I shall read how the story ends. One second. I'm sorry, I got a cough. Gazing up into the darkness, I saw myself as a creature driven and derided by vanity, and my eyes burned with anguish and anger. Gazing up into the darkness, I saw myself as a creature driven and derided by vanity, and my eyes burned with anguish and anger. Okay? So here, when he comes to the bazaar, he encounters this adult world. So he finds a girl who is flirting with two other boys. And on looking at them, actually he wanted to buy the gift, but he doesn't buy it. Right? So the love is doubted, and this epiphany comes to him. Right? My eyes burned with anguish and anger. Anger to? No, we are not sure. Anger to what? Right? So this is how the first part of childhood ends. Right? You have boys who are intelligent, who wanted to attain freedom, who does not have a name, right? And who happen to be living with others and who want, not with their parents, but with others who wanted to attain freedom. Now, to the next four: Evelyn, after the race, 2 gallons, and the boarding house. These are told from a third-person narrative stand. Okay. So why this a narrative stand changes? So this is a movement from subjective to objective. I was telling you that. Okay. What is it? The subjective there in the first, as a child experiences, it is it's told, okay, that it's generally believed that it's more subjective. They don't take it in the real. They won't be because they are innocent. They take it for the face value. But remember, a lot of the flies. If you remember a lot of the flies, all these, what do you call it as our, thought about the childhood is, shattered. Here, there is a movement actually from the first person narrative to the third person narrative. So here you have the first one, Evelyn. So from innocence, we are moving to the experience. If you could remember, there are auguries of innocence and auguries of experience. Who wrote it? Auguries of innocence and auguries of experience. which again is repeated here. Okay, so here in Evelyn, you have love as a hope. But what happens? Evelyn chooses a familiarity of a life in which she is mistreated by her abusive father and takes the place of her dead mother in raising her younger siblings over the fear of change presented by starting a new life in a new country with the man who loves her. Okay, so you have here the center character, you have the name Evelyn, and you have the fellow with whom she thinks that she loves, and she wants to go to Buenos Aires with this person whose name is Frank, who's a sailor, right? And in between there is this particular word, particular expression, derevon zereon, derevon sereon. Okay, it's a kind of epiphany, a revelation. There are people, critics, who've searched and found the meaning. Okay? The meaning is, the end of pleasure is pain. The end of pleasure is pain. This is a revelation. This is the epiphanic moment that Evelyn has. So towards the end, Frank goes alone. He rushed beyond the barrier and called to her to follow. He was shouted at to go on, but he still called to her. She set her white face to him, passive like a helpless animal. Her eyes gave him no sign of love or farewell or recognition. Right? So this is how this particular story ends. Right? This is the experience that she has. She has been going through a very hardship after her mother has died. She was taking care of her brothers. She was taking care of the family. And she, from the love, she thought that there would be an escape. She would be treated with reverence. But what happens? And also, remember, she prepared herself to go, and she was there in the station. But she did not move, right? And what was there? There was indifference in her, because the revelation, the epiphanic moment came to her earlier. Derevon sereon, derevon sereon, right? And then next you have after the race. In After the Race, you find a young gentleman, Jimmy, who learns that he doesn't have what it takes to succeed in his circle of sophisticated and glamorous international friends. Okay, and here you have Doyle's family, that is Jimmy, whose father is a returned nationalist. Okay, a returned nationalist means what? Who was taking part in Irish Revolution, and later he recognized that there is, it is going to do nothing. Okay, to move him back in time does not create anything. So he makes a lot of money in business and sends his child, Jimmy. Actually, he has become a man. Remember, he has a name, Jimmy, to Cambridge to study. And there, actually, he is not studying. He is in the company of others, very rich people, right? And actually, they come back after the race. Actually, Jimmy comes to this particular, comes to Dublin after the race with the company of the French riders, right, who are very rich. And here, what you find is knowledge of the society. Okay, so knowledge again of a high society, right? So the company of other rich people in the world. So you find what you find here, the making of the man. from experience. Like, this is another social experience that he has. Even in the Evelyn, she has a particular kind of experience, right? Even though, actually, that is the confusion. Again, if you look at James Joyce's works, there is a lot of confusion there, right? There, he's not giving us a particular answer to the doubts, right? It is difficult to say that he was against church or he was against Irish people, right? And we are not sure because all these are in doubts, right? So here also, what you find is a young man who wanted to have an international, the father who wanted his son to have an international experience. Okay? That's why he is proud when he brings these international friends to his house. Okay? And now there are two quotes from this text. Now and again, the clumps of people raise the cheer of the gratefully oppressed. The clumps of people raise the cheer of the gratefully oppressed. Now see the class struggle here, the class differences here, right? And now the next chord is, he knew that he would regret in the morning, but at present he was glad of the rest, glad of the dark stupor that would cover up his folly. See, towards the end of this particular story, they play card game. And in the card game, Jimmy, he cannot concentrate. And it is others who wins. And it is others who takes his money away. And he says, and this is how it ends. He knew that he would regret in the morning, but at present, he was glad of the rest because they got money. Glad of the dark stupor that would cover up his folly. And then the two gallants, a not so young man, Lenehan, examines the shallowness and hopelessness of his life while killing time waiting for his friend Corley to bilk money from a poor working girl. Okay. So here you find two people. One, very rigid and what he called as a good fellow. And the other one, actually, he is called a gigolo. I don't know how this word came in there. That is not, I'm not sure. Okay. He is actually living a luxurious life by bilking money from a working girl. Okay. And they have a lot of, in this conversation, what they find is that he's telling that, you cannot do like that. Lenehan tells Corley that, you cannot do like that. But he does. And then when Corley goes with this particular girl, and he finds that what is the use of his life, what he has been doing, right? The shallowness of his life he finds. In his imagination, he beheld the pair of lovers walking along some road. He heard Corley's voice in deep, energetic gallantries, and saw again the leer of the young woman's mouth. This vision made him feel keenly his own poverty of purse and spirit. Right? So the other man, who is not, leading an Epicurean, who is leading an Epicurean life, eat, drink, and be merry. And on the other hand, you have a Stoic here, Lenehan. And when he finds, in his imagination, he finds lovers there, he finds that he is poor both in purse and in spirit. Okay? And actually, it is not simply the love that he has. This Corley has. He takes money from that girl. Then, look at it, towards the end. This is how the story ends. Then with a grave gesture, he extended a hand towards the light and smiling, opened it slowly to the gaze of his disciple. A small gold coin shone in the palm. Right? So he has taken this money from this girl, right? From this walking girl. Next, you have the boarding house. The owner of the boarding house is Miss Mooney. A wordless conspires with her daughter to force Mr. Doran, Polly's lover and a boarding house, to marry Polly. Okay. See, again, here there is violation. Actually, Mrs. Mooney, she was married to a butcher, and he became very abusive, and it was very difficult for her to live there. She, escaped there and started this boarding house with her children. And then in the boarding house, there are a lot of people who stay there. And her daughter, Polly, has a relationship with Mr. Doran, right? And Miss Mooney wanted Polly to marry Mr. Doran. And remember, here this story talks about premarital sexual relationship also, right? And then everybody knows in the house that there is a kind of relationship that they have, and everybody began to talk of this. But Miss Mooney was not taking care of that. She knew it, but she was not telling anything. But on a particular day, Mooney calls Mr. Doran, and he knew that she is calling for this purpose. She has to, he has to marry Polly. And then it is actually Polly who is sent to Mr. Doran by Miss Mooney to call him. And she, tells him that what to do. Mother has found her. Okay, you have been called. And she sleeps there. Not sleeps. She spends the time in the bed. Right? And there she began to, sleep, a dream. And then her hopes and visions were so intricate that she no longer saw the white pillow on which her gaze was fixed, or remembered that she was waiting for anything. At last, she heard her mother calling. She started to her feet and ran to the banisters. Polly, yes, Mama. Come down, dear. Mr. Doran wants to speak to you. Then she remembered what she had been waiting for. This is the epiphany. This is the revelation that came to her. She was waiting for what? She was waiting for the marriage. So these are from innocence to experience, right? The movement of the stories from childhood to adolescence, right? And again, remember, this is experience. They have not matured. They have just been, introduced to the world. They have been given experiences of this adolescence, right? Actually, when you come to the next 4 stories, which we'll be talking about the maturity of the characters, right? And then the public life. Now, another important thing, okay, I was telling you that one of the reasons why this work was not published is that, the reference to a lot of place and streets, suburbs, places there, right? For example, you find Great Britain Street and Johnny Rush, which is a bar in the Sisters, right? And then in an encounter, you find a lot of places there. Actually, this is their expedition. That's why there are a lot of places which are actually the real places in Dublin. So you have Gardiner Street, National School, the Canal Bridge, Wharf Road, Pigeon House, North Stand Road, Wharf Road, the Liffley, right? So these are reference in an encounter. Then in Araby, North Richmond Street, Christian Brothers School, Westland Rose Statue. Then in Evelyn, you have North Hall, Allen Lane. Then after the race, you have Nass Road, Dame Street, Inchico, Crafton Street, then 2 Gallons, Rutland Square, Dorset Street, Bagot Street, Nassau Street, Stephens Green, Grampton Street. Okay? And again, in boarding house, you have Spring Garden, Marlborough Street. So these are actually the real places. See, maybe in Linda Hatchion, when she talks about historiographic metafiction, how fiction merges with facts. Maybe a new coinage you have here, faction, fact and fiction, faction, right? So this is because of that, look at, if actually I wanted to show you, I was searching for the streets of a map which holds all the streets name of Dublin. It is there actually, but when I put it in the slide, it was very difficult. No, it was not legible. So I just avoided it. See, if you look at these streets, you find it there in. If you just Google these places, you find that these places are the real places in Dublin. Okay. Now, if I don't talk about this epiphany, it would be a discredit to James Joyce. A moment of self-awareness or awareness of the true nature of their environment. Now, I will be talking about only in this particular place. Joyce ends his stories with the epiphany in the form of a speech, as in the Sisters, for example, a gesture in 2 Gallons, or a memorable phase of the mind itself, again Araby, right? Say, 2 things. Gazing up into the darkness, I saw myself as a creature driven and derided by vanity, and my eyes burned with anguish and anger in Arabic. Derevon, Serevon, Derevon, Serevon, epiphany. Right? And I would conclude, everybody, yesterday, Josie sir was making a reference to O.V. Vijayan. Then Sherry sir was making reference to a short story. Now, I would like to also to make a reference to the language that James Joyce used, a particular coinages. It is reminded, this work reminded me of Bashir, especially the coinages that he has. For example, Hundrapi Busato, Chaluko Puluko, right? So remember, now look at here how James Joyce used, yaka yakaka, derawun zaraun, right? Chaluko Puluko, Hundrapi Busato. I think with this, I will end my presentation.
Joken.
Thank you so much, sir. Now participants can ask your questions. You can either unmute your mic or post it in the chat box.
Yeah, Suman. Suman, just yeah, Suman, that was an interesting session. That comparison was especially interesting with Bashir, the kind of certain words, phrases which Joyce uses in Dubliners. Do you find, just a question, a doubt, do you find any, different local versions of language, registers, dialects used in Dubliners, idiolects, individual languages? Can you just make your observations on that?
Actually, there are a lot of, referenced, a lot of local idioms and phrases, right? So swagglers, swiddlers, vogue. Okay, these are, I could remember only those, but there are a lot of phrases. There are a lot of slangs that comes in this book. That's why I told you that I am not sure, or any reader of James Joyce is not sure about what his stand is, right? So whether he is against the Celtic revival, he says that he is not interested in those, in that movement, right? But the same way, at the same time, he uses images which are very peculiar, and also slangs which are very peculiar to the Irish land or the Irish people, right? And I remember why, if he wanted to write, he could have written more thing about other places, but he chose it to be Dublin and Dubliners, right? Even in Stephen Dedalus or Ulysses, right? It is Dublin which becomes the center of his writing. So very peculiarly, he uses the slangs and special usages of Ireland. There is no question about it. It's sure. Thank you for that question.
Participants have any questions, they can raise it. Jochen?
Okay, sir. Now I invite Gincy Thomas of 2nd MA English for the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. I'm extremely happy to propose the vote of thanks on this occasion. The last 1 hour was indeed a delight as Sri Subin Varghese took us on a journey through stories 1 to 7 of James Joyce's work, Dubliners. We, along with Joyce's characters, could experience the hopes and angst of childhood and adolescence. We are grateful to you, sir, for providing us with a memorable experience as you navigated us through the nuances and complexities of the stories of James Joyce. Thank you once again, sir, for joining us and sharing your observation with us. Also, thanking all the participants who joined us for this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Jinsi. Now there's an announcement. The link for the certificates for the participant will be provided at the end of the section. And the next section will begin at 11:30 by Dr. Marin Simi Raj. Please stay online. Thank you.
Job.
Okay, sir. Welcome back to the next section of the symposium. To begin this section, I would like to invite Ms. Irene Kalavale Biju of 3rd BA English for welcoming and introducing the resource person.
Good morning. I deem it an honor to introduce and welcome the resource person for this session of the symposium. Dr. Marin Simi Raj is an assistant professor of English in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. She is the faculty coordinator of the Center of Memory Studies, IIT Madras, and the founding chairperson of the Indian Network for Memory Studies, which is the first national network in Asia under the aegis of the International Memory Studies Association. Her research interests include memory studies, historiography studies, Anglo-Indian studies, Kerala modernity, and digital humanities. She has co-edited the book titled Anglo-Indian Identities, Past and Present in India and Diaspora. Ma'am, we consider it a privilege to have you with us, and we warmly welcome you to share your thoughts on the topic, Movement of Memory on Dubliners, Stories 8 to 15.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
can hear you.
Yes, right. Thank you. Thank you, Irene, for your very kind and generous introduction. And I'm very delighted to be here. My gratitude first goes to Febu, who has wonderfully conceived and organized this symposium. It is structurally, it looks very perfect. It literally is a journey towards Ulysses, and I'm really delighted to be a part of this. Thank you very much for this opportunity and for the invite. So I do not have a PowerPoint, but I would like to start by taking you through a certain journey. And the previous session, I also realized that it ended by a reference to a number of places. Places, in fact, signify movement in a very, very tangible sense. I thought, this would also be a good initiation into the session. So let me quickly share my screen just to take you through a link. So I'm trying to share my screen here. Yeah, this is something that I strongly encourage you to go take a look at this site. It is the Mapping Dubliners project. It takes you literally through the physical spaces that where Dubliners really happened, and it takes you through these different roads, and there are photos and there are critical comments and references, which gives you an insight into how this cross-referencing happens in terms of the story as well as the place, because all stories, as we know, it's very temporal in nature, and these sort of exercises, it gives you an addendum into this journey, which will become more and more fulfilling. So just scroll through this. This is something perhaps you can take a look at later too. And I do find resources like this very useful in terms of connecting the dots while we are reading a story and trying to have an there's of course an imaginary topos in our mind, and when it is connected with what is presumably real, there's a certain journey, a certain transaction which happens over there too, which helps in this entire process of storytelling. Yeah. So, right. So with this, I want to straight away dive into this concept of movement of memory, which I will be very briefly discussing throughout this session. And I will not be going through this in a story by story format. And what I'm proposing to do is to give a few very broad strokes, which will also presumably will give you a couple of frameworks to look at this entire set of stories as a single body of work, and use this as a framework to journey through these different story network, through these different memory narratives. So as we all know, Dubliners was conceived as a a set of stories, a series of images, which were like a mirror held up to contemporary Ireland. And Joyce had this desire that people should also be able to see what an average Dubliner is like, what an average Dubliner's life is like. And in this we find that he appeals to historical memory. He also brings in a strong set of his own autobiographical memories, and this text in that sense is an experience which brings together different memory experiences. So the text assumes the function of a memorial at some point. Sometimes it acts as an archive. It is a palimpsest sometimes. It's a cultural product at other times, and it serves as cultural memory, autobiographical memory, historical memory, and multiple things at the same time. So this is also, in some sense, this is also something I'm sure you must have discussed in the previous sessions too, with reference to Joyce. Like most of his other texts, this signifies a movement from a paralyzed past. So memory over here, the recreated experiences over here, we find that it becomes more animated than the past, the way it happened, or the experience itself, which is being recollected. So memory becomes this launch pad, which triggers many movements from the past, which triggers many movements, more importantly, from a series of things which are currently in a state of stasis, which are currently in a state of almost like a paralysis. So I draw heavily from the work of this work, Mnemotechnics and Joyce, Mnemotechnics Mnemotechnics and Joyce, Rickard's work. And this, in fact, it talks about how much of Joyce's work, Dubliners included, it's a combination of the mnemonic and the imaginative faculties. So there are competing modes of memory over here, and we find that, in most of these narratives, we can find the author's deep interest in the nature and functioning of memory. And there is a retrospective arrangement of the different events of the past and a very conscious, deliberate move to connect that with the present. And in this exercise, there are these images and experiences from the past which are connected to the present, and that helps the entire narrative to move forward. It helps each of these individuals, these characters, to move forward. So at some level, it also becomes an exercise in examining the connection between memory and subjectivity itself. So if you look at the second set of stories in Dubliners, we find that like all the other stories too, memory plays a very important role over there, and memory comes in and goes in different forms. And there's a very clear connection between memory and identity formation, a clear connection between memory and different forms of politics and different kinds of historical past, which are historical and individual past, which are being invoked. So I want to enter this discussion by talking about two forms of narrative memory that we can find in Dubliners. For this, I draw from John Richard's Mnemotechnics and Joyce. The book is also very interestingly titled, Joyce is a Book of Memory. So he talks about two kinds of memory, voluntary and involuntary memory. So I'm just giving this framework in a very loose sense, in a very crude sense, for you to be able to map this into the stories that you have in mind. So I'm sure that, we will get some time to talk about a couple of stories in detail, and you could perhaps in your mind keep doing these mappings in terms of how the notion of voluntary memory and the notion of involuntary memory will continue to fit in. So voluntary memory is something which is habituated through traditions, through rituals. It's like an acquired memory. It's a hermeneutic process. It's a hermeneutic memory. For instance, if you think about those short stories, such as Ivy Day in the Committee Room or A Painful Case, you find that there's a certain way in which memory becomes habit over there. That's also something. Habit is a very important word, a very important concept in most of these stories, which we will also talk about in a bit in detail. So hermeneutic memory, this voluntary memory, is about holidays, about commemorations, about religious events. It's not like, not the everydayness of memory, not the everyday activities. It's very specific, but there's also something very automated about it, something very automatic about it. So it's a mechanistic conception of memory, and it's something from the past, an event from the past, or it's a milestone from the past. It could be a tragic event, it could be a commemorative event. Something from the past is reduced into a series of rituals and routines. So the drill is like you repeat those exercises, yeah, and it may seem sentimental, it may seem emotional at a very superficial level, but beyond that, it's just an exercise in routine, something which has to be repeated, and it's never recreated in terms of an experience. There is no empathetic recreation of that experience. It's like taking a frozen image of the past. It also looks like a very retrospective arrangement. Yeah, I deliberately and advisedly use the term arrangement because it is a very deliberate form. It's a very conscious way in which memory is being used, and this retrospective orientation towards the past. Yeah, and it is also what it is very unique about this form of memory, this voluntary memory, is that, as the term also indicates, you can bring them back at will. Yeah, of course, these are the things that we consume on a very commonsensical way as well. Yeah, as you could also, perhaps it's relatable in so many different ways. So there's a retrospective nature to this, and we can also bring them back at will. So it's almost like a box where you store these sort of memories and you can use them as well. Yeah, nostalgia is a very clear case in point. Like habit, we will also talk briefly about nostalgia in a bit. Yeah, so most of these traditions around us that we see, and most of the traditions and rituals which are being invoked in Dubliners, also we find that they also habituate this voluntary memory. It could be organized religion, it could be rituals and practices, it could even be, like we say in a painful case, yeah, certain routine habits, certain habits of these everydayness, certain kind of an order from which, for instance, Mr. Duffy finds very difficult to come out of that, and he chooses those routines and that order over his emotions, as we would see. And see, these voluntary memories could be about the city, about a heritage, about a past, about an event. Yeah, it could be just about anything, something which could be brought back and used at will. Yeah, so there is a hierarchical nature to it. It could also be, manipulated in some form or the other. And on the other hand, we have involuntary memories. Yeah? They just walk in, they just swirl in, without, like the term suggests, it's pretty much uninvited to. There's an unconscious nature to it. It's very proleptic in nature. There's a forward-looking quality to it. And it's also seen as very spontaneous because of this involuntary nature. And this kind of memory is what enables a character to break through this, the stasis of the present. Yeah? And we find Joyce using in Dubliners, and like we will see in his other works too, we find him using this notion of voluntary memory, the notion of spontaneous memory, to pick the character out of that stasis. It's very dynamic in nature. It's future-oriented in terms of its function. Yeah, and there's also a retrospective aspect to it because it has this potential to bridge the past and the present. You find that the past and the present will begin to function, will begin to operate almost simultaneously. Perhaps a case, a painful case, is one story where we find this getting played out in a very distinct fashion. You find a series of hierarchically organized forms of memory, and into this we find a newspaper article, like a case opens up this space entirely, and there is a conscious retrieval of past moments, and alongside we find there is an involuntary flood of an experience which happened from the past, and that becomes a moment that becomes the epiphanic moment, which opens up a flood of many other emotions as well. Yeah. So in terms of, you could think about many different ways in which you could continue to separate these forms of memories, the voluntary memory and the involuntary memory. You find that in Joyce's short stories. And you could think about, I wouldn't want to pick just one or two, but if you were to think about, say, a painful case or the dead, another classic case, you would think that you would see that there is a privileging of involuntary or spontaneous recollection over the habit, over these, over individuals who are becoming creatures of habit, over exercises which make us become creatures of habit. Even in the short story that you must have discussed in the previous session, Sisters, there is a mention, the boy is not yet a creature of habit. Yeah, so that is seen as something which becomes becoming a creature of habit. Of course, it's part of this process, part of this movement, but also something out of which the narrator is trying to take the characters out of. Yeah. So there is this involuntary or this spontaneous recollection, like we would see in a case, in a painful case or in the dead. It has this power to take the characters out of the repressive or the paralyzing force of habit. Yeah. So this is also in a very Proustian sense. We find that it's also triggered by an external chance stimulus. It could be just about anything. Yeah. So it could be just a newspaper case, or it could be the triggers when one is just looking out and remembering the past, like we will see in the dead. Yeah. So we will find that it's very Proustian. It's triggered by an external stimulus, and memory over here becomes something unlike the past, which if the past has a solid form, memory, we will find that it becomes more liquidified. Yeah, it exists only in the mind, but it becomes something which will make the characters, which will make the entire ambience more alive, makes it warmer. Yeah, and then the cold habitual recurrences of tradition. Yeah, I mean, time also becomes something very fluid, but of course, that's for another discussion, perhaps. Yeah. So, just to put this discussion in context, in the dead or in a painful case, we find that there's a deadening power of habit. Yeah, there's a deadening power of rituals. Something a routine takes. An immense power over the individual, almost not allowing the individual to go forward. It's something, routine, and this power of habit is something which keeps pulling the character back. Yeah? But then comes this disruptive force of the involuntary memory. For instance, if you think about Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy has this desire, this intense desire to control everything in his life, including his own memories. And he wouldn't want to move an inch away from this this organized way in which he has kept his life. It is very, very clearly shown right from the beginning of the story when you see the furniture, which is very neatly arranged. There is a hierarchy over it. There is a neatness to that, and it's the same neatness that he would want to replicate in his own life itself. And until she becomes a memory, until this character becomes a memory, he finds he cannot control his thoughts and memories anymore. And this lack of control, this complete disruption of this organization, this complete dismantling of this neatness, that becomes that moment when the story actually begins to happen. The moment from where Mr. Duffy, in some sense, becomes more alive, more fierce. Yeah, and there's a disorientation. There's a disorientation which is a different form of a movement of memory, something that he wouldn't want to happen, but that becomes the turning point. That becomes that point from which the epiphany begins to unfold. Yeah. So, in a very loose sense, it's possible to say that habit, or sometimes, by extension, a form of nostalgia. It also becomes something that will delay or defer the final fulfillment, this journey towards the final fulfillment. Yeah. Again, think about a painful case. In case, the story is still, if Mr. Duffy does not have that disruptive moment, does not have that moment, that involuntary memory coming in, think about how differently his life would have unfolded. Or, in the dead, yeah, there's this powerful memory, this involuntary memory that Greta Conroy has of Michael Fury. And this is, in fact, this is a memory which is blocked by a lot of repression, a lot of resistance. Yeah, but there is a persistence of the dead that we find over here. It works in very involuntary ways. It's very meta-personal. It's very dynamic. And we find that becomes that, it just leaves open this door towards, this door towards this journey of epiphany, towards this moment of epiphany. Or in the Ivy Day in the committee room, there are these inhabitants, who escape from a paralyzed present, into this past filled with personal or collective monuments. And we find that, again, there is something disruptive is required over there to take them from this paralysis. And paralysis, of course, is a very recurrent theme in Joyce's texts. Joyce's texts could be seen as different sites of memory. We find that there are these complex stratifications, these layerings, and the overlappings over there. So we find that the characters, the memory also, operates at very different levels. I hope you're with me in this. Yeah, when we are trying to unpack these different layers, you find that the characters within the story, they are engaged in acts of recollection of past experiences, which is very vivid, which is very quite, obvious to us. Yeah. But at the same time, the narrative also has its own textual memory. We find that there are these different movements. One thing is, to look at the text and see how the characters are moving back and forth in terms of their memory narratives, in terms of their memory journeys. But there is also a movement of memory that we can experience as a reader. When we are engaging with the text, there are these movements back and forth, which are also part of the textual as well as the intertextual memory. So the narrative has its own textual memory in terms of its repetitions, the internal references. It could be, it could be the textual memory sometimes will slip into an intertextual memory to something which I'm sure you must have discussed and read about at length in terms of, working on Joyce. Yeah. So there is an intertextual memory about in terms of what the text remembers. It could be the works from the previous text by the same author. It could be something which refers to a broader cultural tradition. So there is an exercise of mnemotechnics. Yeah, there is an exercise in this technique of memory that the author uses with the help of these repetitions, the internal references. There could be, and I'm sure the text would resonate in a different way for a person who's living in Dublin, who has never been to Dublin, or a person who's visited Dublin, or who has a kind of, a visual experience with Dublin, or have not had a visual experience with Dublin. So the textual memory, which is replete with these internal references, is a journey in itself, because the reader has to exercise, as a reader, you and I, we have to exercise our own mnemotechnics in order to catch the allusions, to get the right kind of references. It's a journey of back and forth. It's a twofold memory. So the producer of the text, Joyce, has inserted a lot of cues over there for the reader of the text, who are also, as when you're moving across the text, you will find that you are looking for clues, you're looking for memory triggers. Yeah. So there are these different levels of memory, layers of memory, which are at work over there. And there's also, in terms of textual memory, one very interesting thing is that the text also remembers itself. Yeah. If you look at the text, this is something that we can see in stellar ways and almost all works of Joyce, and it finds its absolute completion, culmination, Ulysses, as you would see. The text remembers itself, and it keeps working back and forth towards its own material. It keeps drawing from its own materials. So in that process, we find that this journey across text, this journey across references, is something that the characters, the narrator, as well as the reader, we are all, a party to this in very similar as well as in very distinctive ways. Because sometimes we find that as a reader, we are also sharing the character's memories. There is a certain moment that the character begins to enter, and it becomes very proleptic in nature. We know it because, we know what the character's memories are, because in our attentive reading, we have noted down those memories too. So those memories which the characters are supposed to have, it becomes a reader's memories too, and it heavily influences the way in which we are engaging with the text. We are engaging with this movement which keeps going back and forth. Yeah. We find that, sometimes this event, this memory could be about a traumatic event. Sometimes it could be about a specific event. Sometimes it could be about something which is specific but could be typified into a larger sense, like we see in a mother. Yeah, a mother could be like, it's like a very typical presentation of a middle-class woman in Dublin at the turn of the century. Yeah, so the moments, the moments that a mother inhabits, it is private as well as private and specific, as well as very universal and typified simultaneously. So that's something that we see as in this in the movements that we are trying to track, this movement from the real to the imaginary, and the movement back and forth from the imaginative, from something which is drawn from memory, something which is taken from historical references. As we also know, something I'm sure which you must have discussed at length, Joyce's writings, we find that there is a very obsessive quality, or obsessive investment towards accuracy in terms of the minor details which are getting portrayed, in terms of the graphic component of the work. It's very, very vivid in that sense. So you find that there is a tendency even within the text to explicate this movement, from the, it could be the memory, it's not only about the memory that is drawn from Joyce's own experiences. It's also about, the memories that he has stored in terms of, what he has heard about Dublin, about the experiences that he has directly or indirectly been part of, as part of the city, as part of the lived experiences in the city, either his own or something that he has received from elsewhere. So all of that find its way, and we find that the text becomes a very interesting retelling of these multiple things coming together at the same time. In a very broad sense, we can just reiterating this, the paralyzing power of the past. It could be seen as a central theme, which is working throughout Dubliners. In a couple of the earlier stories that you must have already referred to, the sisters and Evelyn, we find that we find the negative effects of this voluntary memory working over there. And most characters in Dubliners, they desire stasis and equilibrium. So we find that the voluntary memory that they have, the kind of memory that they willfully bring into their lives, into their everydayness. It could be in terms of rituals and practices. It could be in terms of the everyday lived experience. It's almost like a protective screen. We find that in the first half of these stories, if you could, do a very structural sort of a compartmentalized analysis of these stories and how the narrative unfolds, we'll find that the initial stage is about the character's desires to stick to a stasis, to stick to an equilibrium. Irrespective of this difference in scene, there is a constant and deliberate desire to keep reality at bay, to bring back a past, which may not always be entirely happy, but that also serves as this, a safe haven for escape. So the unpleasantness of facing the reality, it's somehow, saved by this protective layer. We see it's working out very, very clearly in a painful case, as you might already be thinking about it. So if you think about a story in the Dead, we also find that the characters become such slavish creatures of habit that it becomes impossible for them to kind of come out of it. About habit, if you think about, if you see the link between habit, memory, nostalgia, and identity formation, you can find that it's begin to fit in neatly like pieces of a puzzle. So, for instance, think about the story of the horse. Johnny, Gabriel is telling the story to Miss Morgan and Miss Mary Jane in the Dead, and this, in some sense, very neatly represents a typical Dubliner's attitude towards history, a typical Dubliner's attitude towards the past. So Johnny is present as a creature of a habit. And as I mentioned earlier, this even in Sisters, there is a reference to the boy who has not yet become a creature of a habit, which clearly is not seen as a good thing, becoming a creature of habit. So here, Johnny is certainly a creature of a habit. He walks round and round in order to drive the mill, as you can see in the story. And this is a story, this is a story which amuses Gabriel's listeners. The horse that rejects novelty and he returns to this dull, familiar pattern. It's very familiar story. It's not very different from the many other characters, many other Dubliners, many other inhabitants of Dubliners that we encounter in this, in Dublin, in Joyce's book. So Johnny also chooses this statue, a frozen image of the past. And we notice that, he is also very nostalgically enshrined in family memory. How is he referred to? The never to be forgotten Johnny. So the inhabitants of Dublin, the Dubliners, the human beings in flesh and blood, they are also dead in a way because they are imprisoned, they are shackled by this very fixed, a very monolithic past. They are paralyzed because their allegiance is towards preserving a dead tradition, preserving a habit. If you think about, the way the term habit is used, habit is one, it's this recurrence of an everydayness, a habitual thing that you do, but it is also, it is also reference to this, the habits worn by the clergy. It is like a garb, which gives an it has this power to almost anesthetize the present experience, the uniqueness, the spontaneity, the immediacy of the present can be very, very powerfully robbed away by this, by habit, or by, these images from the past, these nostalgic memories from the past which come in, because they have this power to, to orient us only towards the past and to freeze a past experience. So which is what, which is reiterating this, which is how we see that in these stories, then we examine the trajectory of these stories, we find that there will be a moment where this movement is, brought to a very, very violent kind of an end. There's an involuntary memory which comes in, a painful memory sometimes, a memory trigger, which would lead to an avalanche of emotions, an avalanche of events over which one does not have any control. And that is when, epiphany happens. Epiphany cannot be an orchestrated thing. It cannot be something which could be hierarchically taken forward in a very organized movement. So, this is, I do not want to bring in particular stories and, just spell it out for you. I just leave it quite open-ended for you to, to interpret this in your own way. I hope, this framework is open enough, it is lucid enough to fit in different frameworks, to fit and map with the different stories that you might have in mind. And I'm sure that, and what I find very fascinating about each of these stories is that there's something about the end, which the ending, which in some sense looks like a closure. But we do know that it is not really a closure, because, when you come to the end of each of the story, we find that there were things in the earlier parts of the story, some details which you clearly had overlooked. You think that it's like moving backwards again and spending some more time with those details that you might have overlooked. Because when you incorporate those details, there are different newer meanings that you will find in this process too, in this journey too. And of course, the meaning or the whether it's a fixed sort of a meaning or an elusive kind of a meaning, we find that that gains a very different sort of an import. It gains a very different sort of an appeal as well. So I'll just briefly share with you an observation from Rickel, John Paul Rickel. So he noted that through a defining reliance on memory, Joyce's writings encourage us to remember in various ways and to recognize that remembering is part of moving forward, whether we are moving forward in the process of reading or moving forward in life, as we see the characters doing. So every single character who's moving, whether, if we are looking at any of these texts, whether we are looking at a little cloud or counterparts or clay, a painful case, Ivy Day in the committee room, a mother, Grace, the dead, we find that there is this movement which could be continually traced. And just a brief note as an aside about counterparts. There's counterparts is in fact, one of the least discussed kind of stories, but it also has I would say it's also a story which has been seen as a story which gives which suggests the kind of symmetry that Dubliners has as a whole, because Dubliners, if you look at Dubliners together, the 15 stories, there are many counterparts within and between these stories. There are structurally you can find that, just like in counterparts, there are these three locales, the office, the pubs, the home. We find that it's also about replicating the many counterparts which are there in this entire set of stories. There's language, there's nationality, there is religion. We find that, this otherwise one of the critics, also refer to this as a brutally simple and universally ignored story. Yeah, it suggests the symmetry which is there in this story entirely, because it's also quite conveniently placed somewhere in the middle in terms of its structure. Yeah, so it also showcases how the stories keep talking to each other in terms linguistically, structurally, thematically, and there are always these counterparts that you can find. And even if you get into each of these stories and see, for every character, we will find that there is a counterpart. Yeah, there's an emotional counterpart, there's a physical counterpart. You find that there is a also in terms of the emotions, the movements, the trajectories, there's always a certain counterpart that you can find, which reveals this larger symmetry, which is part of this the entire work, part of this entire structure. Yeah. So just coming back to the point that I would want to continue to reiterate, this power of the destructive power, the spontaneous power that involuntary memory has. Yeah. So I would just want to very briefly take your attention towards the story of Painful Case. If this is I thought it would also give us something to anchor the discussion on. We'll take a look at the that story a little bit in detail, because it's also it's a story which clearly exemplifies how by being a creature of habit, how the past becomes something which is very calcified, and how it also robs the present of any potential that it has towards becoming something very different. Yeah. So if you have access to the story, you could also take a look at it, and perhaps in the next few minutes we will spend some time looking at that story together, and we will bring this session to an end. Yeah. So the story of Painful Case. Yeah. So this Patrick Duffy, Mr. Duffy comes across in this story, A Painful Case, as a character who abhorred anything which betokened physical or mental disorder. Yeah. So his life, we find that it centers entirely on these ideals of order, equilibrium, self-control. Yeah. And there's also his daily routine that he takes great pride on that routine. Yeah. It's about, look at the terms which are used there. It's about rectitude, about consistency. And he says that, he takes great pride in the fact that his life rolled out evenly. It's very adventurous. Yeah. This adventureless tale does not bother him in any way, but that is something which stays as an anchor for him. And in this, in accordance with his desire for this equilibrium, this stasis, we find that he limits all kinds of sensual stimulation, which is also, partly the reason, or the major reason for him to move away from, to close the doors almost permanently on Mrs. Emily Sinico. Yeah? So we find that from the beginning, there is a room which is very bare, which is very unornamented. Yeah? And we find that, operas and concerts are the only dissipations in his life. Yeah? And it is during one of those dissipations in his life that, very fittingly, that he encounters Mrs. Emily Sinico. So in a very mundane sense, too, we find that even the little bit, even the tiniest movement that he makes out of, this, out of way of this ordinariness, out of way of this habit, out of way of this ritual, there is something very interesting which begins to happen. Yeah, it's during this conversation that he also attempts to fix her permanently in his memory. You find that there is a very, very strong desire for Mr. Duffy to control everything, to control his memory. So he wants to fix her permanently in his memory as a very deliberate thing. So memory is here seen as something very deliberate, and he wants to stay in complete control of what goes into his memory and in what ways he chooses to recollect them. Yeah. So eventually we find that she falls between the cracks in Dublin, and we do know that he reads this newspaper. He comes across the painful thing that has happened, and the shock and the disillusionment that he begins to feel, Mr. Duffy begins to feel after this. Yeah, after he learns by chance that Mrs. Sinico is dead. Yeah, probably a suicide. Yeah, and what happens after that? He has absolutely no control over it. Yeah, because habit. What is if you actually think about it, Mrs. Siniko dies because of this habit which has caught up with her, because of this the mundaneness, and because of something which was very dead already inside her, that it becomes, her physical death as well. She becomes, she had become, and look at the explanation also. If you read through this, you find that, it said that she had become an easy prey to habits, and she had habits of crossing the lines late at night, and there is, habits become almost like a character over here, trying to dominate the lives of the lives of individuals over here. So Mr. Duffy, even despite his attempts to maintain and control and justify himself, he cannot repress his guilt. He cannot control his memory. His memory begins to take a different life of its own. And that's what, takes us towards the ending of the story as well. And she had ceased to exist. She had become a memory. And paradoxically, at that time, when she ceases to exist, that is when he begins to feel ill at ease, when things are not within his control at all. And for once, the first time perhaps in his life, he begins to realize that he cannot control his memory, and it ends with this very painful realization that his life would be very lonely too, until he too died, to cease to exist and become a memory, if anyone remembered him. Yeah. So these are the thoughts, these are the feelings which are triggered by his own imagination. Yeah. And this is in fact, this is something which happens when his habitual behavior has been disrupted, when his habitual behavior is kept in abeyance and something else takes over, the workings of memory, a new sensation that he is not familiar with, it entirely takes over. Yeah. And the story, of course, it ends on a very bleak note. Yeah. Mr. Duffy's epiphany fades and he begins to doubt the reality of what memory told him, the unreliable quality of this memory, the age-old notion that as students of literature we always discuss, the unreliability of it. Yeah, the story in fact ends in this emptiness. The memory fades away. There is a very excruciating kind of knowledge that he gains through this epiphany, and he begins to feel for the first time perhaps everything else was very habitual in nature. So we find that when this mode of involuntary memory gets in, that becomes that mode of awakening, that becomes that moment of realization, that moment of awakening, this deliberate taking the character out of the paralyzed cages, the paralyzed frameworks. Yeah. So we find that this transformation that the character undergoes, whether it is in the case of this story or in The Dead, yeah, or the ending of Ivy Day in the committee room, we find that this transformation is never voluntary. You cannot control it. It's not a hermeneutic thing, but it is something which is evoked by an external stimuli. And if you look at Joyce's works, we find that this bringing together of these, the external stimuli, it's done in such stellar, impressive ways that the images which come together, the involuntary images, involuntary memory, the external stimuli which comes together, they tell an alternate story as well. They tell an alternate story, not just about the individual, but it's about the city itself, but about the heritage itself, about the many possibilities that the city had, and the many roads that you will take here, that will take you to those streets. So I will, wrap this up with a reference to what we began with, the places, yeah, the movement through these places, which is why all of these, if you think about the movements, these moments of memory, the triggers, what operates as stimuli, we always find that there is something very tangible about these stimuli. Either it's related to an object or it's very clearly rooted in one, physical space. Yeah. So there is something, whichever way you look at it, whether it's a place in memory, whether it's an imaginative recreation of the past, or whether it is a vivid and graphic depiction of what Joyce or the characters experience, we find that there's something very, very temporal about this entire exercise. Yeah? Which is why a number of projects in digital humanities has been coming up in terms of trying to map, trying to recreate Dubliners, Joyce's Dubliners, because that topography, that the tangibility of that space, of that time, of those objects, they become very important for us to understand it. Because on the whole, when we look at Dubliners as a single body of work, yeah, it's a series of exercises, a series of movements to take, to awaken that city out of the paralysis, awaken these individuals out of that paralysis. They've become habits of, they become, creatures of habit. They become almost slavishly addicted to a sense of nostalgia. And what can influence the senses? What can make the mind more conscious? What can trigger them out of this paralysis? Is these unorganized forms of memory, the forms of memory over which one has absolutely no control. You don't know from where they come from, why they come from, but you just know that once they visit the individual's life, once they make this very violent and deliberate entry, things are not the same anymore. Yeah. So I hope this will open up a few stories in a slightly different way, perhaps for you. And I thank you again for this opportunity. Thank you all for your time. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your detailed class. Now the participant can ask you a question. You can either unmute your mic or post the questions in the chat box.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Ma'am, I have a small doubt. Is the past coming back like a tradition, and is James Joyce trying to convey the idea that such a past of status in Dublin a form of generation?
I missed the second part of your question. Sanjay?
Okay.
Yes. Is the past? Yeah.
It's a past coming back like a tradition, and is James Joyce trying to convey the idea that such a past of status in Dublin a form of degeneration?
Yes. Yeah, because even in a very autobiographical sense, if we read through how Joyce sort of conceived this entire series of stories. Yeah. He was clearly very disillusioned, and he also wanted to kind of place these stories as a mirror, yeah, for the Dubliners to see for themselves what this over-dependency on the past is doing to them. It's clearly a kind of degeneration as well, because it's not taking them forward in any way. Yeah? Which is why, if you look at it, you find these political sort of rituals, commemorative rituals, taking a larger-than-life form in the story Ivy Day in a committee room, and you also find something very personal, very intimate in, say, a painful case or in the dead. Yeah, whichever way it is. Yeah, unless one is willing to come out of this form of stasis, it's not taking you forward. It's drawing you. It's taking you, towards a past which does not have anything more to offer. Yeah, it's clearly, thank you for this question. It's clearly a form of degeneration. Maybe a term that I should have used and would have fitted in perfectly well with this discussion. It is indeed a form of degeneration, which is why, I use this term, I think, proleptic form of memory, which has an anticipatory quality to it. It's not just retrospective in nature. It's not just, drawing upon the past and going back to a nostalgic past. It also has a proleptic nature to it, which is very forward-looking, which has an anticipatory nature. It also has something more promising to deliver. If you take the case of, I quite like the structure and also this painful case. It's a very less discussed story as well. It's a love story in some sense. It's a story of a city in some sense. It's a story of a typical individual in some sense. And towards the end, there is an emptiness, but we do know that his life is not the, it's not a very degenerating, decaying kind of event. Yeah, there is something that we can see what could have potentially happened. We can see, what sort of potentials, perhaps, a union between them could have given them to. You see what they had missed out on. You see the emptiness, and when that emptiness is showcased, you also see the other possibilities of, moving ahead. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Miss.
Thanks, Sanjay.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes, Divya.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Ma'am, how does James Joyce position the concept of death in the shuttling of voluntary and involuntary memories of the characters in Dublin?
Yeah, the notion of death. Yeah, death, of course, is a very recurring metaphor, as you can see, and you find that there is an almost obsessive way in which the knowledge of death, the memory of death is all brought in. But like, if you think about the story The Dead, which is perhaps, one of the most discussed short stories in this collection too, we find that, there is a persistence of the dead over here. And it is not, it's about those party goers. What comes back, it's also something which is very intricately private in nature. It is not the it's not like it's not like the death in the Ivy Day story. It's not Parnell's death. It's not a commemorative event. It is something which comes in a very personal capacity, in a very intimate capacity, and in that process it just disturbs that entire hierarchy. If you see the magnitude of the background of all of these stories, it's also 1914, and we find that entire Europe is going through a very turbulent condition, and there is also this impending war, and we find that Ireland, again, the political climate in Ireland is far from conducive, and it is in this background that these stories are being produced, these stories are created. So there we find that there is a deliberate way in which death, which is of course always a disruption, but it also can become something very commemorative, something very comforting. So this, in stories like The Dead, or in A Painful Case, we find that death comes in a very different way altogether. Death comes in and sort of bursts that convenient bubble. Death comes in and bursts that very comforting stasis into which they all had. They begin to find a lot of convenient comfort. Yeah, there's also a comfort in death, as you begin to see, in commemorating death, in bringing back a past which will never come back. Yeah, and there are also newer set of emotions, newer kinds of knowledges that are being opened up before them after this, after the encounters with, after the memories of this, these involuntary memories of death. Yeah, because in all of these stories we find that it's not like an ending with a closure. Yeah, but there is a new knowledge after this. The penetration of this involuntary memory happens. Yeah, there's a new knowledge that death brings in. When one is talking about Parnell's death, for instance, in the Ivy Day story, it's a commemorative, ritualistic performance. It's a performance of an emotional response towards death. Yeah, but when death comes back, when the boy's death comes back as a memory in The Dead, we find that it is not a comforting commemoration. It is something which entirely disturbs the emotional stasis, which disturbs the physical stasis which they had got accustomed to, maybe like too much for comfort. Yeah, I hope this at least partially clears your query, Divya.
Yes, but thank you.
Yes.
Ma'am, I have a question. Even when you say that it is an external stimuli that brings the transformation of characters like Mr. Duffy, I doubt about the introvert nature of Duffy. Isn't that nature of being an introvert rather than a cultural external stimuli that transforms Mr. Duffy?
Okay. Yeah, it's a very useful question. Thank you, Sunu. And by an external stimuli, I also meant, something which is very tangible, very external. Yeah. So because the first stimuli, the first trigger is this, he sees this random newspaper, and it is a very random kind of an encounter, which is also placed in a very strategic way in the story. If you find that, this is this sort of a master craftsmanship in terms of, placing the right kind of trigger, placing the right kind of cue for the character to pick up, that's also part of this entire exercise in storytelling. So in that sense, it is indeed an external stimuli in a very Proustian sense, which is why, I think I did use the term Proustian in terms of there is a certain, it is external, but it's also familiar. There's a trigger which brings in a series of familiar memories, a series of familiar images, a series of familiar emotions. Here, the trigger is, of course, external, but as you said, as you very rightly pointed out too, whatever responses that Mr. Duffy has, it's also, say, a reflection of the kind of person that he is. He already was, he is an introvert by nature. He is an introvert and also, very seriously addicted to habit, like we see in most of the other stories too. There is a routine, there is a habit out of which the characters are very reluctant to break out of, and this is, in some sense, if we could see these characters as typical Dubliners, typical representatives of the city, Joyce is also, in some way, giving a portrait of characters who are also contributing further to the paralyzed nature of the city, to the stasis that the city has become so accustomed to. So, because paralysis, as you know, is a very recurrent theme, and the paralysis need not be in terms of, because Mr. Duffy is a very active man too. He's not like, he is someone who is dull and uninteresting and does not, he is not. It's not like his life is devoid of movements. He is, because routine is about movement too. Habit is about keeping doing things. It's about the muscle memory, the motor memory. But what gets disrupted over here is that sense of an activeness as well. So you find it's very ironic in some sense. The city which is in a state of stasis, in a state of paralysis, the series of inhabitants of the city who are only bringing back those same set of emotions that they are accustomed to, same set of rituals. There is a movement over there. There is a very superficial kind of movement, but they're also in some sense, moving in circles perhaps. But that's what routine does to you. There is a routine. There's a habit, and you don't have to do that. It is voluntary, but you don't have to do it voluntarily either. It becomes your motor memory in some sense. So here, this disruption in the form of an external stimuli, when that is combined with his otherwise introverted nature, if you may want to put it that way, you find that it leads to a very unpredictable kind of response, because you find him very disoriented. That's not how he comes across at the beginning. He's very sorted. Most of these characters, we find that after this disorientation, they're not as sorted as they used to be anymore. So it's almost like waking them up from a state of limbo, leading them towards an action, which is perhaps more meaningful in some sense. It is disruptive. Sometimes it's tragic. It is not emotionally very uplifting, but of course it's more enriching because it feels more lifelike. It's warmer, it's fierce. So whatever responses that even Mr. Duffy has after this revelation, there's an emptiness, but there's an active engagement with the present. There's a very active engagement with the present, which is not predictable anymore. Because he thinks that he does not know what to do with his memory, and he does not even know whether he will be remembered. Because he makes a conscious decision to keep her in his memory, but he is not even sure whether he will be remembered. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am. This is Tina from the English department. First of all, very neat and precise presentation. Very interesting. So congrats for that. Well, I was actually thinking that in this, James Joyce in Dubliners and as a whole, do you think he has also used this technique of polyphony to actually boost the the memory technique that he has used? So Does that play a major role, or is there a connection between memory and polyphony?
Yes, yeah. Thank you for this, very insightful question, and very it perfectly fits in with the discussion that we're having. Polyphony is very much over there, and I'm also trying to think aloud, along with this question. I think that right after this moment of disruption, the polyphonic voices, the polyphonic images, they become more visible and more audible. Because until that point of time, there is a kind of an order. There's a certain kind of a hierarchy which ensures that, even when there are other voices, even when there are other images, it's very neatly organized, like Mr. Duffy's living room. Things are there, but you know what to foreground and what not to foreground. But after this moment of disruption, it is just, it's a polyphony and sometimes a cacophony. One wouldn't know how to control it anymore. And perhaps, this lack of control at the end of most of the stories that we find, this, you don't know who is in charge in some sense, and you wouldn't know, in the beginning of the story, you can, clearly point out who the agent is, and continuing to refer to Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy is the agent, and we know that the agency rests entirely with him, and he also has consciously not given any agency to Miss Emily, But towards the end of the story, we know that there is his memory and the memory of the woman who's not there anymore, that is also there as a very, very strong presence. The memory, it's not the woman per se anymore. It is the image, it's the voices, the experiences, everything comes together after that. So of course, it is a polyphony in multiple ways, and I think it's a very useful word that we can continue to use across these short stories, and certainly, in Ulysses too, this polyphony in one single day, a series of things which keep coming. And there are times when we know that, it's all very organized, but there's also these disruptions which do not, neither for the reader nor for the character, it's clear like who's in control anymore. Like, the polyphony takes charge, and it's in that polyphony we find that, like most discourses and like most tradition, it's in that polyphony that new knowledges emerge. So if I were to take a very such a very crude approach towards Joyce's stories. The epiphany is also about, it's very experiential, but it's also about unraveling newer forms of knowledge, not just for the character who is experiencing the epiphany, but for the reader and for the entire milieu. There are new knowledge forms which are available, which is why perhaps, when you go back and read the story a second time or a third time, you find that the different forms of organizations, they have different meanings when you begin to read it again. And you also, just coming back to the notion of polyphony, you find that when you go back and read the story again, there are other voices, the other images, the other experiences that you begin to see in between the lines and the way in which it's organized. Thank you so much for this question.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Any other questions? If there are no questions, we'll wind up. Before moving on to the official vote of thanks for Maran, let me put in a word or two. Dear Maran, thanks a lot for accepting our invitation to be a keynote speaker in this symposium on James Joyce. I'm happy and proud to tell that Maran is my classmate. We studied together at Marianas College for pre-degree and BA English. Then when I invited her, she was so humble enough to accept this invitation. She was always the first rank holder during pre-degree and degree and even further. And it's a great, proud moment for us to have a scholar of your stature with us in this symposium conducted by Center for Literary Studies, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry. So thanks a lot, Maran.
Thank you
Maybe
so
at
much.
the end, at the fag end, I'll be telling this, but then if you're not there, I thought I'll tell it, express it now. And perhaps this is our first academic collaboration. So thanks a lot, Marin.
Thank you very much, Vibhu. I really hope that
It was
this
well
will be
presented.
the.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really hope that this will be the beginning of many collaborations in the times to come.
Yeah.
Very glad to get this invite, and of course, we did go to college together 5 years, and this is wonderful to connect again as academics. I really appreciate this. Thank you all very much for being a wonderful audience.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Marin. Joaquin, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for clearing all the doubts. And now I invite Miss Phoebe Susan Matthew of 2nd MA English for the word of thanks.
Good afternoon, all. We were indeed privileged to have the opportunity to listen to and interact with a gifted and knowledgeable speaker in this session. Ma'am afforded us a very comprehensive view of stories 8 to 15 of Joyce's work Dubliners, specifically introducing the concept of memory and its significance in these narratives. I, on behalf of the Center for Literary Studies, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, extend a word of profound gratitude to Dr. Marin Raj for gracing us with her presence on this occasion and for sharing her valuable insight with us. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you to all participants for being present for this session and for your valuable questions during the interactive session. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the final section of Centum National Symposium on James Joyce under Ulysses, conducted by Center for Literary Studies, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, in association with Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. To begin our afternoon section, I would like to invite Ms. Phoebe Susan Matthew of 2nd MA English for introducing the resource person.
Good afternoon to all. I am very delighted to introduce and welcome the speaker for this session. Mr. Anthony Joyce is Assistant Professor in the Postgraduate Department of English at the Naipunya School of Management, Chertala. Sir is the recipient of the Best Dissertation Award in the Hartian Congress and has a number of publications and presentations to his credit. He provides online teaching to the differently abled and also works as a freelance translator. I take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to Anthony Joyce sir to this two-day Centum National Symposium on James Joyce and Ulysses, and also request him to take over the session.
All right, thank you. A warm good afternoon to one and all. First of all, let me use this opportunity to appreciate the Center for Literary Studies and the Department of English, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, for organizing this amazing event, and also heartfelt gratitude for having me here. So, in this in this session, we will be looking at James Joyce's first novel, A Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man, and I'll be focusing how Joyce was able to anticipate some of the post-colonial criticism that is yet to come. How Joyce was able to approach the subject of colonialism and nationalism would be the focus of this session. So, I think we'll start. Colonialism, James Joyce lived through a period of history in which the material reality, the political structures and the intellectual life of the Western world was profoundly influenced by the rise and decline of European empires, as well as the flourishing of various nationalisms, both imperialist and anti-imperialist. When Joyce was born in 1882, the scramble for Africa and the era that the historian has called the Age of Empire has just begun. When he died in 1941, the world was engulfed in the Second World War, a conflict that would fundamentally change the global balance of power, and soon the age of decolonization would be underway. Recent Joycean scholarship has focused on how James Joyce dealt with his particular historical trajectory. In fact, much of those scholarship has been informed by the debates and disputes from post-colonialism, the academic field that is committed to examining the various topics and subjects that one could generically categorized under the heading of colonialism and nationalism. Post-colonial studies, to give you an introduction, examines colonialism and nationalism in their visibility as a subject of much change and struggle, as well as in their invisibility as a secret structure that sustains much of Western political and intellectual life. To fully grasp the double status of Ireland, both as a victim as well as an agent of British imperialism, is interesting, is significant in any investigations of how Joyce dealt with the issue of colonialism and nationalism. And equally important is Joyce's interest in the global and international dimensions of colonialism, as well as his insistence on the various internal divisions and variations existed within Ireland. To fully grasp the significance of colonialism and nationalism in Joyce's work, and a portrait in particular, is to examine the various methods and the methods that he uses in order to connect and traverse these various levels and horizons in which he found he included critiques of colonialism and nationalism. One such method could be found in individual words in the novel. For James Joyce, the language, the medium of his writing, was profoundly influenced by colonial ideology and nationalist rhetoric, and he tried to incorporate those complexities into his works. By examining the context in which the word ivory appears in the novel, one could observe a trajectory of colonial criticism in James Joyce. For instance, the word ivory by this time had acquired much significance with respect to colonialism, thanks to the works of Joseph Conrad and a few others. This particular word first appears in the novel when Stephen thinks of the word thinks of the word in the context of Stephen thinks of the word in the context of his Aunt Dante and her rigid sexual morality. Stephen had an aunt named Dante, who was like, she did not want him to play with his childhood friend Eileen Vance, basically because she believed that playing with children who are Protestants would eventually teach children about blasphemy. These Protestants, in fact, used to make fun of the litany of the Virgin Mary. Tower of Ivory, they used to say, House of Gold, in order to make fun of the Virgin Mary and the litany. So the word first appears in the context of this particular sectarian thoughts between Protestants and Catholics, as well as the rigid sexual morality of Aunt Dante. Next, the word appears in a passage set in Stephen's school, Clongowes Wood College, where the word associates, where the word introduces the source of ivory in the colonies and continue to be associated with forbidden sexuality. Following the associative logic of a portrait, one could establish a pattern here. The first two references to the word ivory establishes a continuum between Irish sectarianism and British imperialism, suggesting that the Protestant ascendancy in Ireland is the result of a larger British imperial project. They also record a common Joycean protest against anti-Parnellite nationalism's commitment towards sectarian thinking and a rigid conservative sexual morality. Here the reference is to Charles Stuart Parnell, whose downfall and death creates a controversial scene in the Christmas dinner scene of the of a portrait of an artist as a young man. So moving on. Yeah. Then this word appears in another discussion of another character in the novel, who is not actually introduced, whom we never get to meet, but then he is mockingly called as Tusker Boy, basically because he mispronounces the word tusks instead of tuskers. I mean, rather than saying tusks, he says tuskers, and he's always mocked as Tusker Boy. And with the addition of Tusker Boy, the word ivory introduces a favorite Joycean parallel between two forces that he thought dominated Ireland, two empires, two foreign powers that Joyce considered as a dominant forces that restricted Irish people. One is of the Roman Catholic Church, and the other is the British Empire. And another colonial intervention in the language of James Joyce could be spotted when, James Joyce is, Stephen Dedalus is experimenting with translations. One of the sentences that he translates into Latin reads thus: India sends ivory. The imperial project assumed that colonialism is benign, since it introduced Christianity, Western education, and a specific economic system into the colonized countries. By this time, by the publication of a portrait, India was visibly struggling with their colonial presence. And all of these anti-colonial struggles are being erased by the sentence that India sends ivory voluntarily rather than being forced to do so. So these mundane details in the lesson of Stephen Dedalus, one could see a pattern of colonial ideology pervade. And moving on. Another instance where you could spot the colonial intervention is when Stephen's rector, director of the college, speaks about the 16th century Spanish missionary Saint Francis Xavier in highly military language. He describes Francis Xavier as a true soldier and the conqueror of God. Colonialism, nationalism, and the kind of sexual policing that they share is part of the colonial imperial education that Irish people received in the beginning of the 20th century. This is what Joyce seeks to unravel by incorporating this colonial ideology in his works. So by this point, there's also another instance that plays with the idea of colonial presence. It is when Stephen Dedalus finds himself in a minor linguistic dispute with the Dean of Studies regarding the meaning of the word tundish and funnel. Despite the words being synonyms, the Dean does not know the meaning of the word tundish and even the word funnel. The former is of an Irish origin and the latter is quote unquote the standard English word. So after this dispute with the Dean, Stephen thinks and reflects thus: the language in which we speak is his before it is mine. How different the words like Christ, ale, master sound in his lips and in mine. I cannot speak these words or write them without causing unrest to spirit. His language, so familiar and so foreign, will always be an acquired speech for me. My soul breathes in the shadow of his language. End quote. So this is a classical colonial condition wherein the colonizer enforces their language upon the colonized. And this condition has a few elements to it. First of all, Stephen recognizes his identity as Irish and conceives of that Irish identity in opposition to Englishness and realizes that his Irish identity is also divided, thanks to the sectarian thinking that exists in Ireland, the divide and rule policy. So, since his identity is divided, this English language becomes foreign and familiar at the same time. So that's also there. So by this time, you must be thinking that, well, James Joyce is an ardent critic of colonialism, so he must be a nationalist. After all, 1900s were the time when Irish revival was in its peak. The Gaelic League was established by Douglas Hyde in 1893 with the intention to, revive Irish language, Irish culture, and to assert the political independence of Ireland apart from England. So he must have been a supporter of Irish nationalism, right? Not exactly. He was also a critique of Irish nationalism. And this seems to be one of the enigmas that has been left behind by James Joyce. Yesterday in the inaugural session, someone was, I think it was Kerala was mentioning or someone else, I don't exactly remember, the enigmas left behind by James Joyce so that he could keep a lot of professors engaged for another century or so. That's exactly what we are doing now. So I think, it's time that we should try to break at least one of those enigmas. One of those enigmas is Stephen's approach towards his nationality, towards Irish nationalism, because it seems that he had a double movement. Yeah. Let me check that. The outcome of a portrait of an artist stands between a firm rejection of nationalism as well as a commitment towards nation building. Such, at least, is the conclusion that one gets through the seemingly contradictory pronouncements of its hero, Stephen Dennis. Because somewhere in the novel, when talking about nationalism to his friend Cranley, Stephen says, "I would not serve in which I no longer believe in." Okay, that's regarding nationalism. And towards the end of the novel, he promises that he would forge in the smithy of his soul the uncreated conscience of his race. This is what he says. And this creates a confusion among the critics as to what Joyce meant by this. On the one hand, he rejects everything related to nationalism and national revivalism. And James Joyce was also a critic of the revival's tendency to resurrect Irish language, especially through the works of W.B. Yeats and James Hinch and others. Joyce always criticized those writers for subscribing to certain notions of the Irish nationalism. So that was there as well. So what is this idea that Joyce is trying to perpetuate? Or what was the approach that Stephen Dedalus had towards Irish nationalism? Well, I would like to argue that in our desire to rescue the great Irish writer from being assimilated into international or English modernism, we fail to see the systematic repudiation of nationalist tropes that Joyce's first novel enacts. In fact, nationalism in a portrait has much more wider implications than the current critical consensus would allow. With its attack on ethnic essentialism, linguistic nationalism, and collective responsibilities towards nation building in general, it not only rejects the revivalist fantasies of ancient Ireland, but also the project of nation building, at least in the traditional sense of the word. As Eric Hobsbawm observes, commenting on the rise of nationalism across Europe in the 19th century, the nationalism of all kind, the basis for the nationalism of all kind were the same. It is the capacity of the people to emotionally identify with their nation and to be politically mobilized as Czechs, Germans, Italians, etc. A readiness that could be politically exploited. Now, when you focus on the novel, even when Stephen Dedalus promises to engineer a sort of a Irishness, he consistently proves himself incapable of such an attachment of any sort, and subsequently rejects any chance for political mobilizations. While the sources of ethno-linguistic nationalism could be traced back to the primitive impulses of the German Romantics, the rise of nationalism as a collective pervasive movement was a late 19th century phenomenon, especially in the 1890s and 1900s. Before the establishment of the Gaelic League, in fact, before the establishment of the Gaelic League, the Irish language was not an issue in the Irish national movement. They were asking for, eviction of British presence, but then nothing beyond it. But somehow, in the later half of the 1890s and then in the early half of the 1900s, the resurrecting Irish language has become the preoccupation of the Irish public. Sustained efforts were made not only to increase the number of Gaelic speakers, but also to make it part of the official use, to include it in education, and finally to make it a compulsory subject in the National University. Yes, sir. So far from being a uniquely Irish development, the Gaelic League's focus on Irish language as well as on the folk culture was merely a conscious mirroring of a pattern that was already developed across the continent, from the Scandinavian to the Balkans. Interestingly, what it means is that Irish nationalism, which is evoked as a quintessential context of Joyce's writing, especially with reference to the portrait, was merely a conscious following of a pattern that has already been developed across Europe, not just with reference to Ireland. So Joyce was not only criticizing Irish nationalism, but similar sorts of nationalist endeavors in the entire European context. So that's there. I think we'll come back to that one later on why he does that. So like the similar nationalist movements across Europe, the Gaelic League, in seeking to restore the Irish language to its proper position, presupposed a causal connection between the fate of the language and the fate of the nation, the fate of the national language and the historic fate of the nation. There is a privileged relation between the language and the national consciousness. The loss of the language leads to the destruction of the nation. This is actually from one of their manifestos, this is what they believed in. Even then, in the novel, A Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man, Stephen Dedalus takes a very different view of the language question. This is a quote from the novel. He says, "My ancestors had threw off their language and took another. They allowed a handful of foreigners to subject them. Do you fancy in my life I will pay the debts that they have made? What for?" Interestingly, Stephen takes this view after acknowledging the foreignness of English. Here is that quote that I've already quoted, that the language in which we speak is his, before it is mine. It is after this, I wouldn't call it an epiphany, but then realization that English is a foreign and inadequate language. I mean, the Irish people are foreigners in the dominant language of their own culture, that Stephen decides to reject Irish revivalism and their cultural nationalist tendencies. So that is there. For Thomas O'Donnell, who is actually a prominent MP from the parliamentary party of Charles Stewart Parnell, and they were the advocates of Irish revivalism. For him, Irish was the language of our people until quite recently. Although most of us speak English today, that is in the 1900s, our thoughts are Irish in form. The Irish mind, built upon by the Irish language, can best express itself only through a medium that it has chosen for itself, that is the Irish language. So these people argued for the revival of the Gaelic language. For Stephen Dedalus, on the other hand, it was a frustrating thought that nonetheless failed to influence his rejection of Irish. There is again another, thing that you need to consider. For all, Stephen was aware of the fact that English is a foreign and inadequate language. Yet, even when people like Douglas Hyde and the others argued in favor of the de-Anglicization of Ireland, arguing that the loss of Irish language is the greatest blow and the sorest stroke that the rapid Anglicization of Ireland has inflicted upon us. For Stephen, the triumph of English is irreversible and is besides the point. You cannot reverse that fact. So, how else? What can we do? That's a question that remains after. Wait a second. When Stephen Dedalus rejects the language question, he not only rejects that it is possible and to an extent desirable to restore the lost cultural continuum, but the argument that language is the most significant instrument of national self-expression. This is the idea that he was rejecting while dismissing the language question. For Douglas Hyde, the founder of the Gaelic League, the Gaelic people cannot express their best before the world as long as they remain tied to the apron string of another race and another island. And in the novel, A Portrait, Stephen's friend Davin appears to have embodied all the elements of the xenophobic program of Irish revivalism. A critical embrace of the Irish myth, followed by an equally critical rejection of everything related to English, and an utter ignorance about other cultures and civilizations. This is what what we can describe as Davin's characteristics. Stephen not only rejects Davin's attraction towards the Irish myth, as the final few entries of his novel contains an assault on Davin's revivalist fantasies, he also offers a clear cosmopolitan alternative to Davin's programmatic parochialism, when he invokes a string of European authors from Ibsen through Hoffmann to Tolstoy. And what you need to pay attention to is these three authors are not like any authors that Stephen Dedalus can think of. They follow closely the logic of Joyce's attack on the Irish theatre in his 1901 essay, The Day of the Rabblement. In this essay, written when James Joyce was 19 years old, he dismisses theatre as a property of rabblement of the most belated praise in Europe. Here's a quote from the essay. "The censorship is powerless in Dublin," he wrote. "The directors could have chosen those for the dominion of darkness if they desired. Nothing could be done until the forces that dictate the public opinion are calmly confronted. Of course, the directors are shy of presenting Ibsen, Hoffmann, or Tolstoy, where even Yeats's Countess Kathleen could be pronounced vicious and damnable. The idea is, Countess Kathleen is a play written by W.B. Yeats, and this is one of the plays that James Joyce ended up promoting while he was in Italy, while he tended to criticize some of the other plays of W.B. Yeats that promoted the ideas of Irish nationalism and Irish cultural nationalism. So, on a comparative note, when you compare even Yeats's best play, or what Joyce thinks as Yeats's best play, when you compare that play to other authors like Tolstoy and Ibsen, even that character could be pronounced vicious and damnable. Countess Kathleen is vicious and damnable. There's no point in comparing that. Even Yeats's best play is inferior to other plays written by continental playwrights. Even for a technical reason, this project appears to be necessary. For Stephen, a country that has never advanced as much as a mystery play can no longer offer models to literary figures. So like James Joyce, Stephen Dedalus would also begin to look for literary models abroad. Having rejected the monolithic assumptions behind ethnic nationalism, and having also rejected that language is the most significant tool of national self-expression, Stephen Dedalus can go on to dismantle another claim raised by the cultural nationalists, Irish revivalists. That is, one's artistic vocations comes secondary to one's sense of national belongings. There's a quote by Stephen's friend Davin. A man's country comes first. Ireland comes first. Later, is what he says. Joycean Hero has no intention of following Irishness is questioned. He chooses to re-emphasize his Irish identity and simultaneously express disdain for the political aspirations of contemporary nationalism. The idea is, Stephen rejects the idea that, there is nothing like a collective Irish individual, a representative Irish individual, and that one's responsibilities as an author is primary to one's responsibility as a citizen of a nation. You can't privilege your politics, your nationality over your your primary tasks as a literary personnel. This is what he believed in. And wherever there is a chance or an instance to portray or to connect self-expression with a sense of collective identity, Stephen immediately debunks those instances. He says, this race, this country, and this culture has produced me, and I will express myself as I have been made by this culture. This is what Stephen says in one of his discussions with his friends. This is more or less like, I will express as I have been made by my cultural surroundings, cultural situations. A situation, in Stephen's own view, is dysfunctional, oppressive, and self-destructive. I'll give you another example of a similar critical stance by another author who was equally critical of cultural nationalist ideals. It is from the Argentine author Jorge Luis Borges. This is what he says. We cannot confine ourselves to what is Argentine in order to be called Argentine, because it is either our inevitable destiny to be Argentine, in which case we'll be Argentine no matter what we do, or being Argentine is a mere mask, an affectation. So you can't say, if I'm criticizing Ireland, you can't say that I'm not Irish or I'm not part of the so-called collective Irishness. That's something James Joyce criticized throughout his life. Moving on, there is another tactic of Stephen Lee, something that he insistently uses, something that has always confused critics. Let's look what it is. All right. In the face of Davin's Ireland First demands, Stephen chooses to change the subject. Whenever Davin says, well, you have to consider your country first, Stephen would be like, Stephen would change the subject and invoke Aristotle and his concern with catharsis. Okay, this is a quote. By reinterpreting the concept of catharsis, Aristotle has famously declared the effect of tragedy is the purgation from pity and fear. Although Stephen borrows the problem of catharsis from Aristotle, and although he borrows his vocabulary from Thomas Aquinas, whom he repeatedly mentions as his intellectual guide, Joyce's hero goes on to formulate an aesthetic theology that is rooted in a recent thinker, Immanuel Kant, and his concern with the universality of aesthetic judgment. So what Stephen does is that, in Stephen's mind, the seemingly purported Aristotelian concern with the problem of catharsis, or the emotional responses to a tragic experience, seamlessly transforms itself into a Kantian concern with the universality, not universality, a Kantian concern with a disinterested pleasure. From Aristotle's catharsis, Stephen goes on to talk about Immanuel Kant. He doesn't mention Kant explicitly, but then what he's talking about is basically Immanuel Kant's concern with the disinterested pleasure. And then here's another turnaround in Stephen's mind. Then he goes on to talk about the universality of aesthetic judgment. So if I simply put what he's doing is, whenever Darwin mentions something about the Irish nationalism, Stephen would be like talking about catharsis in one moment, about the disinterested pleasure in another moment, and then he goes on to talk about the universality of beauty, the universal appeal of the aesthetic judgment. And he puts a problem before his friends. He takes up the question of the universality of aesthetic judgment. And this is what he says. Okay, so what Stephen says is, the Greeks, the Chinese, the Turks, all of these people from different nationality seems to admire a different kind of female beauty. And it seems to be a maze out of which we cannot escape. He does, however, offer a solution. Although the same object cannot be found beautiful by all the people who finds an object beautiful finds in it certain relations that coincides and satisfies the stages of aesthetic apprehension. These senses, visible to you through one form and to me through another, must be the necessary quality of beauty. Okay, what he's saying is, beauty is not an objective quality, but a relational predicate between a set of formally defined characteristics and how an object is perceived through your senses, through your intellect. This is what he says. Rather than describing beauty as a necessary quality, he describes beauty as a relation between a set of characteristics that an object contains and the stages of how a human being choose to see, or to perceive. Perceive is the word that I choose. An object in his brain, in his mind, or in his or her mind. So the choice of the problem rather than the solution that is particularly of interest to us. In the face of nationalist tirades, Stephen Dedalus not only offers an aesthetic theory, but the chief concern of his theory is to solve the issue of the universal validity of the category of beauty beyond the constraints of nationalist cultures. He's like, whenever someone talks about Irish nationalism, he'd be talking about how beauty solves the issue of specificity. That is some kind of that seems like an evasive strategy, something like, addressing political concerns with artistic theories, but that evasion itself is political, is what I would like to argue. And the Kantian concern with the disinterested pleasure not only emerges as a resistance towards nationalist tirades, but also a vital tool of Joycean politics. All right. So, all right. Yeah, I'm into the last part of my, session of my presentation. We'll be done with it soon, I guess. Yeah. So, once Joyce criticizes all these nationalist endeavors and aspirations, what remains after all this? After all, he says that he'd create sort of an uncreated consciousness of his race. What is it that? So, one of the ways in which the nationalists resolve their dissatisfaction with the present is by finding a moment in which the country has lost its way and committing themselves to the reconstruction of a retrospective utopia. This is at the heart of Douglas Hyde's and W.B. Yeats's project of reviving Irish nationalism. They would find a moment when the country has lost its way, and they would try to reconstruct the country from that time onwards. This is a widely explored political strategy. Even in India, we have heard something similar like that, I suppose. So, but for Stephen Ted Ellis, or for James Joyce for that matter, there is nothing like a recuperable past, nothing like a historical mission, no fiction of common ancestry. Because there is a lecture from which I would like to quote that James Joyce gave out in 1907 when he was living in Trieste, an Italian city under Austrian influence. The lecture was titled Ireland, the Island of Saints and Sages. In this essay, lecture, James Joyce says, well, ancient Ireland is dead as much as ancient Egypt is dead. Its death chant has been sung, and on its gravestone has been placed a seal. In other words, if you put it simply, there is nothing like a recuperable, Irish cultural continuum. And there is no chance of reconstructing anything except perhaps hybridity itself. And now, I would like you to pay attention to this. Stephen's quest for individuality and freedom in an artistic sense is also a quest for a satisfactory form of a community. That is what he means when he says that I would like to, forge in the smithy of my soul an uncreated consciousness of his race. But this consciousness is not something like what the Irish nationalists would like to, define in terms of either a shared concept, a shared notion of an Irishness, as opposed to the conglomeration of the people who are living in Ireland or claim to be Irish. And Joyce also rejected the idea, as I said earlier, of a representative Irish individual. And he also dismissed the argument that in a common nationalist trope, the story of the individual becomes the story of the nation. To put it simply, James Joyce was fascinated with the idea of the popular culture of his day. He loved his country, he loved the culture in which he lived, but he did not like the aspirations of his countrymen. That's exactly what, put it simply, would mean. So what Joyce was doing in his works is collecting the popular cultural elements of his day assiduously, the scraps of the popular culture that he could find, and putting in his works no matter what. He put all the cultural elements that he could find in his works. In it, there would be imperialists like, I know this is outside the scope of our discussion for the day, but then to give you a perspective, I think this would help. In Joyce's later novel Ulysses, there is a character, Mr. Haynes, who is actually a sympathetic supporter of Irish nationalism, but then he's an ardent, imperialist as well. One of his dreams is to shoot a black panther, which somehow for Stephen evokes the idea of a leisurely, a leisure officer serving in India. So he calls him Panther Sahib. Stephen Douglas is also a character in the Ulysses, which you might have already known by this time. So Stephen Douglas calls him a Panther Sahib, and there are also like ardent supporters of nationalism, which Joyce tend to reject as well. In between these polarities, there were people like Stephen who were trying to maintain a sort of a balanced, a fine line between these two polarities. So the question that you'd be asking is, if he is a critique of colonialism, why was he criticizing national revival? Basically because Joyce found that most of the concepts and aspirations that someone could use in order to articulate their aspirations of cultural revival or nationalist mission marks a debt towards colonialism. In other words, it is simply imperialism and colonialism renamed to Irish nationalism, nothing more than that. And there are many instances that I could point out. There are many characters who act as if they are nationalists, but when we look into them, we just notice that they are imperialists with another name. It is just some time after which Irish nationalism would be an imitation of British imperialism. In other words, the post-colonial scholars also did not privilege the nation state in their studies, pointing out that nationalism or nation states tended to enforce conformity and articulate only the aspirations of an elite class while suppressing the marginalized people like women, urban workers, agriculture workers, etc. So they tend to rather focus on the cultural mixing or hybridity. In other words, how these colonized people adapt to and resist and to an extent exploit colonial presence, as well as the new departures and lingering legacies involved in the transition from colonialism to post-colonialism. So most of these concepts were unknown in George's time, but then he was, without mentioning these names or articulating it completely or coherently, Joyce was touching upon these ideas throughout his works. In another sense, one could also say that the communities that Joyce wanted to portray were not defined in terms of a shared, an appeal towards a shared Irish identity, which I've already mentioned to you. So what he was after was instead is the possibilities of conceptualizing communities. In other words, he'd be like putting all the people who could claim to be Irish According to another, a theorist of the nation, Benedict Anderson, is a quote from him, the modern novel form in itself, which depicts a community, or rather a community of individuals who are going about their lives without realizing, without being aware of the fact that they are the elements of a community, is the appropriate medium to depict the community of anonymity in the modern nation. In other words, in a country like Ireland that is getting changed thanks to the cultural contacts from outside, what one could do is to collect all those different Irish people. There will be like many Irish people who do not want to go back to Ireland. You can't say that they are not Irish. And there will be like many other Irish people who would be falsely idolizing another place when it actually doesn't exist. So what he's doing is, what Joyce is after is conceptualizing communities. He always thinks what kind of communities might exist or still be possible. To give you another perspective, which is again from the outside, I mean, it's from Ulysses, that is not within the limit of our discussion, but still, there is an episode called the Wandering Rocks episode, in which Joyce uses the principle of coincidence to argue that all of the characters depicted in the novel are sort of, connected in one way or the other. So if you think this idea or consider this idea minutely, you could understand that the devices that James Joyce used, such as stream of consciousness, is a way to connect different kind of Irish people who have something or the other about the island in their mind. Joyce is connecting, using the thoughts of the people to connect the Irish community that is getting changed, is what I would like to argue. And as a final thought, you might be thinking, why should he do this? We've agreed that Joyce didn't like colonialism, and he also found out that nationalism is another name for colonialism. It owes its death to imperial projects. In fact, he believed that some of the ardent critics of imperialism, the so-called nationalists, they're criticizing British presence basically because they did not get a pie of the, British imperial project elsewhere. In other words, Ireland, in one of his letters, Joyce wrote thus. I mean, this was a letter to his brother Stanislaus, written in 1905. So in this letter, he says, Dublin is the second largest city in the British Empire. It is 3 times bigger than Venice. In other words, he is arguing that just like London, it's also an imperial city. And he also believed that Irish people are the victims of colonization, British imperialism. So this double nature of Ireland as agent and a victim of colonization was something that inspired James Joyce to think that the nationalist, endeavors could have a colonial tone to it. He repeatedly writes in his letters and even in some of his novels that the Irish people kind of helped with the British imperial project. In many of the white colonies of Britain, Irish people helped to populate the place. And in colonies like India, some of the soldiers and civil servants came from Ireland. So they were effectively colonizers as well. So nationalism could be, could get hijacked by an imperial overthrow. That's why he criticized nationalism. So the next question would possibly be, why would he, include all of this criticism in an implicit manner? The answer is simple. James Joyce believed that artistic works are not, would not be considered as a medium of political ideology. Now we know that this is not something possible, thanks to the culture studies and the other intervention. We know that lack of a political motivation in itself is politics, and lack of an ideology in itself is an ideology. So the reason why Joyce believed that he couldn't, impart all of his political ideologies in his works is he believed that criticizing each and every institution, being an Irishman, could bring your ruin. He had an idea about all the Irish writers and artists who lived before, from Jonathan Swift to Oscar Wilde. Oscar Wilde, he realized that whenever these are people who had promising beginnings in their career, but then couldn't complete it, couldn't live to fulfill the promises that they gave. Why was that? The answer is, the moment you start criticizing the imperial power, imperial here means both the British presence as well as another imperial presence that I've mentioned is the Roman Catholic Church. So whenever you start criticizing both, you'll be ruined. Both these colonial powers, which have with different intentions and motives, could work in cahoots to subvert that particular threat down. Joyce was pursuing his studies when Oscar Wilde was scandalized. He was punished for homosexual activities. So, and there is a particular context in which you can place a portrait of an artist as a young man. The title alludes to one of the paintings that is made by the protagonist of Oscar Wilde's novel, The Picture of Dorian Gray. In that novel, there is a painting which is titled as Portrait of an Artist. And to connect these dots together, James Joyce believed that Oscar Wilde was not a monster of perversion. Instead, he argued that Oscar Wilde was victimized by the British media for doing a crime that they knew that existed for a long time. But they simply needed a scapegoat. They knew that Oscar Wilde was not the first man to commit, in fact, a crime like that. And he had a partner who was a British man, but he was never caught. Why? The answer is simple. They needed a scapegoat. The British media and the Victorian British morality needed a scapegoat to channelize their fears about homosexuality. And that's where Oscar Wilde went in. And even though Joyce does not mention Oscar Wilde in his novel, he only alludes to Wilde's works through the title of a portrait. He includes a man whose fate is similar to that of Oscar Wilde. That is Charles Stewart Parnell. And he also mythically reminds us of what the possibility of Stephen would be if he is to criticize all of the institutions that he finds dominating Ireland. In fact, someone else was mentioning yesterday in the inaugural session that how optimistic Joyce's works sound in comparison to someone like Eliot. I agree to that, but then there is something that the enigma of Joyce lives behind that we sometimes at least fail to notice. The myth of Daedalus is something that Stephen always uses as something to inspire him. Even when he's feeling melancholic, when he during the last scene, or one of the scenes where he visits the beach, where he gets an epiphany. When he meets his friends, they greet him by saying, "Here comes Daedalus," and that sort of motivates him. And we tend to think, well, Joyce has used myth and things similar to that in a optimistic note. Well, think about it again. You can think about Daedalus as an artist whom everyone admired, the entire world admired. I mean, or at least the entire European world, you could say. But think about the Daedalus as a father who lost his son thanks to his artistic creation. Yes, Icarus flew close to the sun and was burned to ashes. It was his decision to fly so close to the sun and invite the wrath of gods. But then that was facilitated by Daedalus' artistic creation. So the myth of Icarus is always there in the backdrop, in the milieu, to remind you of what would become what would be the consequences if you overdo something. So yeah, I'll end my discussion of a portrait with this quote from Vincent Chiang and his book Race, Joyce, and Empire. To read, writes Chiang, to read Stephen Daedalus as a Caliban is a fascinating possibility. But then that would leave out one task, the task of a Ariel, the task of a detective, an Ariel without the backing of Prospero, an Ariel without the investment in surveillance. In other words, Stephen was an Ariel who was observing that whatever he could find and processing in his mind, not taking any ardent criticism or criticizing any institutions severely so that he could get ruined like Oscar Wilde and many others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now participants can ask your questions. You can either unmute your mic or post your questions in the chat box.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can. I can hear you. You're audible.
Yes, I have a question. We know that Stephen Daedalus portrays some characteristics of James Joyce himself, but my question is concerning about Stephen Daedalus. So, is Stephen Daedalus, given his subversive tendencies, a model of resistance towards Europe as a colonial imperialistic grand narrative? And if he is, in what way does this resistance manifest?
Of course, yeah, it's clear. We were talking about that manifestation throughout the paper. Those manifestations were present in Stephen's attempts to, deal with colonialism and nationalism at the same time. With colonialism, I've, shown how Stephen criticizes or gives a chance for the rest of the people who reads the work to criticize colonial presence through the, by tracing the evolution of the word ivory in his mind. I've shown you how it works. Second, it also exists as a sort of a, it exists as a question of language, wherein English becomes a foreign language, and it's a classical colonial condition wherein the colonizers impose their language upon the colonized. That is there. And it is also evident in Stephen's approach towards nationalism, which he considered as another name for colonialism. Nationalism owes its debts to British colonialism, British imperialism. That's how he shows it. That's something that we have been talking throughout this session. So that's there. Regarding whether Stephen is a model of subversion, that's a difficult question to answer, basically because, as I've quoted from Stephen Cheng from his book Joyce, Race and Empire, you can't read Stephen like a Caliban. But the problem is, Joyce softens his political allegiances with his artistic ingenuity. I've told you that he believed that, you can't use your literary works as a vehicle of your political aspirations. But then that's exactly he was doing. We now know that, you can't avoid political motivation from whatever you do, whatever you write, whatever you speak. Well, it is involved. It is embedded in whatever you speak. That's there. We know that. So with that understanding, when we look back, what we could see is that Joyce was at least trying to soften his political allegiances with his artistic ingenuity, his linguistic virtuosity. What happens with Joyce is that, I'll give you an example. James Joyce or Stephen says, I would like to forge in the smithy of my soul the uncreated consciousness of my race. And if you look at the double meaning of the word forge, it could also be an act of fakery, forging, faking. So is he faking a national consciousness, or is it really after a hybrid nation? Something that you can maybe think for yourself. It is difficult to reach a conclusion regarding James Joyce. You can read him as a Caliban if you want, but then that's your choice. It's James Joyce. He would leave enigmas one after the other. Hope I made my position clear.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Joking.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Akshara Suresh, 3rd BA English, for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to all. My duty is to propose the vote of thanks for this session. During this session of the 2-day National Symposium, we had the opportunity to listen to Sri Anthony Joes. Sir's presentation took us through the intricacies of the post-colonial aspects in the portrait of the artist as a young man. The presentation helped us to understand James Joyce as a nationalist as well as an author, and how he dealt with these two aspects of himself in his work, The Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man. Thank you, sir, for giving us a fresh outlook on James Joyce as an artist, and we are much indebted to you, sir, for your very informative and thorough presentation. Thank you also to the participants for their questions during the interactive sessions and for their cooperation throughout this National Symposium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Akshara. Now I invite Ms. Annie George, convener of Center for Literary Studies, to say a few words.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all the participants. Good afternoon, respected resource person, Sri Anthony Joes. Hope all of you found the last 2 days to be beneficial. Thank you to all of you for your participation and cooperation in the 2-day Centum National Symposium hosted by the Center for Literary Studies of St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry. We, as the Center for Literary Studies, hope to continue organizing such events in the future and request your support on those occasions as well. The links for the feedback form and certificate will be given in the chat box. Please take a minute to give your valuable comments and suggestions in the feedback form provided. I now invite the coordinator of this National Symposium, Febu George Matai Kurchiev, for a final few words.
respected Anthony Jose sir, other teachers, resource persons, students, and other participants. Well, the importance of such a symposium might have been conveyed to you through the various sessions that we conducted these 2 days. Before we wind up, I thought I'll just put in a few words on people who worked behind the stages for this particular, organizing this particular symposium. We had an inaugural session, and of course, it was great of P.T. Babaraj sir, DCDC, to join the inaugural session and inaugurate the program. Dr. B. Kerala sir, syndicate member and former English teacher, was magnanimous enough to come and deliver a keynote message. Thanks to Senate member Joji John Panikar sir and also the head of the department, Tom Thomas sir, for their felicitations. Thanks to the head of the department, Tom Thomas sir, for his support in conducting such a program. Thanks to the resource persons, starting with Josie sir, Jeevan sir, Sherry sir, Subin sir, Maran, and Anthony, for their insightful talks these 2 days on James Joyce. By this time, students and the participants might have got some thought-provoking ideas about what you should read further, certain directions, certain theoretical aspects. So thanks to the resource persons. Let me take this opportunity to thank Sherry especially, because the whole idea of the symposium is that of Sherry of UC College. Sherry sir actually gave the idea of how it should go, the whole structure of the seminar. It is a brainchild of Sherry sir actually. So conducting it on 29th was very difficult yesterday, especially when a lot of students had exams. It was not easy to conduct it. But then yesterday, 29th of October, is the historical day. 100 years have passed since Joyce published his Ulysses. So it was so important that we conducted yesterday. So it was very good that we got a forum like Center for Literary Studies at the college that could actually host such a program. So I thank Sherry sir, especially for this idea. I also thank Subin of their mother college for his worthy counsels, for the kind of support he gave in organizing this particular event. Center for Literary Studies, as you know, is a forum in which there are all the languages, Malayalam, English, Hindi, Sanskrit. Teachers from all these languages are there. And so we have decided that we'll hold seminars like this of all the languages pertaining to the literatures of these languages. So we started this with English, and so I was entrusted with the task of being the coordinator. Thanks to the convener, Annie George. She actually helped a lot, especially the welcome vote of thanks, the comparing. She actually guided and supported such things. So a lot of organizing that was to be done all alone was actually shared by Srimati Annie George. And so convener, I express my gratitude to the convener. Then, of course, the principal, Dr. Roy Jose sir, he gave this platform, he gave absolute support. Actually, we are sitting in his space, in his room, and hosting the event. So thanks to the principal for such support. Let me also thank the organizing committee. Dr. Mini Varghese teacher, Dr. Leda Gumari teacher, Dr. Sneha George Pachel teacher for their support. And also the students, Sunu for delivering the word of thanks of PG to English, Jo Pin, who throughout with her words was actually coordinating the whole symposium. Joaquin, who compared for these 2 days. Thanks to Joaquin on behalf of the Center for Literary Studies and all the people here. Thanks to Phoebe, Susan Matthew, Jinsey Thomas, Megha Matthew, Sandra, Susan Lalu, Irene, Kalule Biju, Akshara Suresh, and Rebita Mary Rana for delivering welcome and word of thanks. And all the second BG students who were throughout there attending the seminar and supporting the seminar with their interactions in other ways. Thanks to the students of English department and students from other departments of the college. Thanks to all the participants actually from across Kerala and from across India who participated and was attending the seminar. A word of thanks to certain teachers from other departments. Like we had technical assistance for hosting this meeting in G Suite in Google Meet from Ajit sir of Commerce Department. Thanks to Ajit sir. Let me express heartfelt gratitude to Lijin and Priya of Mathematics Department for meticulously coordinating the YouTube live recording. Let me also take this opportunity to thank Sunil sir of the college for his technical assistance. Thanks to Vinod of Red Media Tiruvalla, the DTP Center, where he actually brought out a very beautiful brochure. The design highlights the merit of the words in the brochure. I think I've actually extended my thanks to almost everyone. I don't know whether I have left out anyone. The feedback form is actually posted in the chat box. And also the link for receiving the certificate. You have to fill in the form there and then you will get the certificate in your mail. So I hope we'll get the feedback at the earliest. And we, in the future, look forward to getting a lot of support like this. We will hold a lot of programs like this and hope we will get support from you. Try to continue to participate in such symposiums. So thanks to all the people. We'll end the session. We'll end the symposium here. Thank you. We'll stay on with the Google Meet because most of you might have to fill the feedback form and the form for filling in details for receiving the certificate. So since you need the link, we will remain live. Yeah, we'll remain live and you can fill in the forms. Thank you.